Welcome to Dwarven Forge. This is everything you need to know about our terrain in 60 seconds. Ready? Let's go. We hand sculpt our pieces for maximum detail and artistry, infusing passion into every millimeter of our work. Everything is available beautifully hand painted so you can start playing right away. Or you can choose unpainted to paint everything yourself. Our pieces are completely modular so you can use the same sets to create a new adventure every time. Most pieces have embedded anchor magnets that affix to our terrain trays for secure building and for revealing rooms as your players discover them. We create everything out of Dwarvenite, our top secret PVC formula that's nearly indestructible. We pack our pieces with as many features as possible, such as swappable LEDs to quickly change the look of your scene. We offer magnetic accessories to add flavor or increase the danger. A 1-inch tactical grid is sculpted into our floors, hidden in dungeon flagstones, natural rocks, or sticks and plants. In addition to sculpted pieces, we make terrain trays to use as a vibrant graphic base for your build. We offer a range of environments, including dungeons, caverns, cities, castles, sewers, forests, mountains, streets, burrows, ice, and hellscape. And that's just the beginning. We have a passionate fan base who can tell you all about it. And that's everything you need to know about Dwarven Forge in 60 seconds.
The games we play are the stories we create.
The fortress doors swing open.
Every story is unique.
And the sound of war drums rises.
Sometimes our stories come to us when we least expect them. We need to be ready no matter where inspiration strikes. And sometimes our stories are told over great distances. No matter where your journey leads you or how your story is told. The games we play are the stories we create. Sirenscape can help make yours epic.
Sirenscape is searchable, fast, and customizable from any device with no need to pre-install any sound. Adding epic atmosphere to your game has never been easier.
Do you miss playing Dungeons & Dragons, or just have a hard time finding a group in your hometown? Maybe you just wish you could play more. On Discord, we created a community of over 100 people who are playing D&D around the clock.
I'm Noggins.
Boatsy.
Cici.
Piotr Strongshield.
Katarina.
Elder Sidivar Baba Negra.
Tayel. Daria.
Kostas Morach.
Elros.
Falfar Softfoot.
Ketis Whitespine. Dustboy Reindeer.
Misery Cordelia.
Chardonnay Goril.
Body.
Braegon Iron
Dimitri.
Shalara.
Barf Battlebrain.
Atomic Scraymate.
Shortly Frudari.
Warren Greenstep.
Melina Lee.
Sesh Morses.
Malachi Dupraki.
Sarah Sklar Life Forger. Travas.
Tamazar.
Ezmerelda Ambershake.
Elder Wattleby.
Dustin Morses.
Morgan Reagan.
Akshay Kitty.
Sterling.
By integrating Discord and D&D Beyond, we're able to provide an immersive experience that is the first of its kind. You can create a character from 1st to 15th level and then roleplay 24/7 in our Discord channels while combating monsters, crafting weapons, training new skills, and searching for items across our campaign world. You'll also have the chance to participate in random combat encounters and go on monthly virtual quests. Ever wanted to try your hand at being a dungeon master? Or maybe you're an experienced dungeon master and just want the chance to run more adventures. As a community DM, you can run encounters and virtual quests for the community based on monthly modules written by our very own accomplished plot team. Join us.
Join us.
Check it out.
Join the Discord.
Join us!
Join us.
And let's create incredible stories together. welcome to the season finale of Into the Mist, our Curse of Strahd campaign. We're going to do some quick announcements, a bunch to cover off, but we'll go as quickly as we can. And excited to have a bit of an extended finale perhaps tonight. We have a place where we want to get to, the cast wants to get to, so we are going to go a little bit longer if we need to for tonight. So strap in and enjoy as we do that. All right, first of all, Dungeons & Dragons, want to thank them for creating this incredible game that we play week in and week out. Also want to thank our first main title sponsor, Hero Forge. They have an incredible online portal for creating miniatures. We've created all of ours here that the players control. You can check them out at heroforge.com. Also want to thank Beetle & Grimm's. Beetle & Grimm's is an amazing online retailer of amazing premium box set experiences for your tabletop RPGs. We use the Curse of Strahd and the Van Richten's box on a regular basis with all the items that exist in there for our campaign. You will see that on a regular basis. I want to thank Beetle & Grimm's out there as my cast crinkle paper in a little Fisherman's Friends bag for all of us that love it. I want to thank Sirenscape. It's an incredible online portal for adding sound and ambiance to your tabletop gaming experiences. Check them out at sirenscape.com/RealmSmith. We use lots of Sirenscape here at RealmSmith. In fact, right now, we will do that.
Good call. Doing it when you're showing the sponsored thing. This is smart.
Right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
It is now happening. But yes, Sirenscape is an awesome partner, has been for a very long time. We want to thank them. Check them out there, and you can search for RealmSmith products actually that we've created for them on the site. Also, I will be at, announce this, at D3 at Sea, which is a vacation. We can see your phone, David. Check them out at d3atsea.com. I actually met with Jay and the folks there at PAX. They had a booth there, and there are 2 spots left for my games, and that is all that is left.
And we can confirm that is not their official logo.
That is not their official logo, no.
PAX logo.
No, I know. We need to, at this point, maybe. But anyways, check them out. It is filling up very fast, and there are only a few spots left. Omega Jones is also a DM for D3 at Sea as well. Brandon and David will be joining us also on the experience. It's going to be awesome. Also, I was asked to join Satine's Quest as a celebrity DM. You can check them out at satinesquest.com. Lots of amazing dungeon masters, as you can see there, including Noura Ibrahim, our very own Noura Ibrahim. So we're very excited. So check out Satine's Quest. That is in May, and we're very excited. In fact, May 29th is the date for that. Whew, PAX Unplugged was awesome. We were there. I got my 2021 PAX shirt and some new tattoos for my D&D sleeve, and a bunch of our team were there. Joel was there, Dave was there, Omega was there, Noura was there, and what did I say? Noura wasn't there. Omega was there.
Yeah.
Julian was there.
Yeah.
You were there. Omega was at both. Noura was at Champions. Anyways, it was awesome. It was fun. We met some actually awesome members of our community, including Matt Machinsky and friends. And that was great to kind of connect with them and them to kind of share their experiences of the things that they've been able to do. And Matt actually started painting watching our stream and never had painted before, and now is this mini painter, and anyways, it's great. So
it's the little game that he plays.
It was
tell people about it.
The little game?
Yeah, the little game that he plays. That's okay.
Oh, that mini game.
Oh, whatever.
Mini game.
Okay. Anyways, it was awesome. It was fun. And just before that, we actually, I'll talk about Champions in just a second after we go through a bunch of stuff. Our Discord and Patreon is going really great. We are ramping up to release the new guide for our roleplay servers. For those of you that don't know, if you'd like to play Dungeons & Dragons on Discord with our community, you just become a Patreon or patron at patreon.com/RealmSmith. You can create a Vistani character for the rest of the season. It's only this month, but then moving into Tides of Wildmount, then you create a character in that world, and you can roleplay online 24/7 in all of our roleplay servers, which actually interplay, I guess, with our live stream experience. It's a lot of fun. It's awesome, and you can check it out. The link is in the chat for that. And I said the guide will release before Christmas. Merry Christmas to you guys, so you can create your characters and all that fun stuff. Also want to shout out Legacy of Mana Kickstarter with our friend Tom Gofton and the folks at Lynn Vander and Six Sides. They have a Kickstarter going right now for an amazing book, D&D 5e companion with some really awesome stuff. I actually played the Time Bard in a live stream yesterday on their channel, and you can check that out. Champions of the Realm. You've seen lots of things posted. This past week, we filmed the show, pre-filmed the show in LA. It was incredible. It was fun. The buzz is tangible and incredible. And we did some announcements in the Q&A last Monday. We weren't able to do the finale, obviously, from LA due to some technical issues and challenges, but we did mention some of the team-ups, and you can actually see the matchups on championsoftherealm.com. We haven't actually announced them publicly, but you can head to the website to look at what the matchups will be for the season. And for our community, no one else has seen this outside of the team and the cast and the sponsors. We are going to show you a rough final cut of the Champions of the Realm trailer right now. This is not the final. The final will be released this Wednesday. So you are getting the trailer 2 days early. Julia, make sure there's sound on it. I keep forgetting to do that. Roll it.
So a lot of people are going to be upset about that decision.
Uriah, I do not envy Jason's position back there trying to crown a winner here. I mean, round 5 could be anyone's game. We see an amazing 5 rounds.
I am ready to dominate Ezmerelda on the battlefield.
What's up, everybody? I'm Becca Scott.
And I'm Uriah Faber.
And we are here at Champions of the Realm.
So good. It's so good. I am so stinking proud of our team. People worked so hard. We had an incredible crew in LA. Thanks to the cast and, of course, the sponsors for making this happen, and for community through Patreon. This is where all of that support goes, is to create awesome new content for everyone out there. And a huge, massive thank you to Joel, my partner in crime, who worked tirelessly over this last week to create what has been created, and then now is editing what was created. The hard work starts now. And so him and Kevin and some other people on our team have been hard at work editing the actual show so we can get it out in a couple weeks. Yeah. It's nuts. And the amount of work that has gone into this thing is beyond. Joel and I keep saying, I can't believe we pulled this off in the time that we had. And we did. And it was awesome. And our crew was incredible. And our cast were incredible. And our sponsors were amazing. So it's going to be fantastic. You can sign up for updates at championsoftherealm.com. And we will be releasing a bunch of stuff this week on socials regarding the matchups and some other really fun things that we're going to be doing along with it. I want to thank also, of course, the team, our Smithgardians and our Realm Watchers, and our cast here. We're almost at the end of another season of our live streams. There will be no Aftermath this week because we are hard at work at creating all of the things that we need to create. So we will be skipping Aftermath this week. And then obviously we'll get back to it come Tides of Wildmount, which will be starting in January. If you like what you see tonight, consider subscribing. Hit that bell icon on YouTube, and we will let you know when we go live. And you can also follow us on Twitch. Without further ado, the season finale of Season 4 of Into the Mist. All right, welcome everyone. And again, it was so great to see all of you in person live at PAX and at Champions of the Realm recording.
So fun.
It saddens me that now we have a screen between us.
Yes.
And that we are no longer.
There's a screen between us, Jay.
There's a screen.
I don't like
between us.
All right. Last I left you all, you were still in the Ember Temple. 6 episodes later?
6 episodes later.
What's that mean, Jay?
Yeah.
Untaken?
We lost count.
Yeah, we lost. It's okay though. It's been wonderful. It's been fun. And you found yourselves meeting an individual who had traveled here with Roan. There was an exchange, and as they left the room, they were hit by a fireball by potentially the same creature that bombarded you all in the temple with fireballs. After sending your French bulldog, not the real one, a magically created one, across the landing, it didn't get hit, and it returned, and then as you all kind of started to run across the temple towards an area that you could get back to speak to Exathanter the Lich, you all were, well, most of you, except for Travas, who stayed behind, were bombarded by a fireball from the statue, who currently now is shrouded by fog. Before we say anything, we are going to roll initiative. And we are also going to do dexterity saving throws, please. Let's do initiative first.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go, y'all.
Shit.
We're in. Dimitri.
Dirty one.
I did not grab my stuff out, so I need to.
Dirty one.
Which is better than a natural one.
Ezmerelda?
I got a 19 rolling on my Champions of the Realm dice tray.
Yeah, what?
Oh, it's a reverse inverse.
Using the dice I got from our sponsor, Noble Knights.
Nice.
Games.
Very good.
Love it.
Very good.
I got a 22 on my initiative roll.
22. Noggins?
9, horrible. Because I'm using digital dice and I'm regretting it, so I'm not going to do that again.
9.
No.
Roan?
21.
21.
Ooh,
Sterling?
22 as well, but I think
Jesus.
I think Falfer has higher.
He is.
Dex.
So he is at the top. Absolutely. All
We need
right
dex
then.
saves too.
We need dexterity saving
Can I
throw.
roll for initiative as well?
Oh, you didn't do yours?
A 7.
Oh, 7.
Let's see what I got.
Yeah. Okay. So you are not
Everybody,
dead last.
That's within.
I'm not. What? What?
To their save.
I rolled a 30.
Okay. So everybody who's within what?
10 feet of
Who's within 10 feet of you?
Looks like Ezmerelda, Sterling, and Noggins.
Esmeralda, Sterling, and Noggins. You can add +3 to your dex saves.
Ooh, 33.
Okay. Hang on. Before we go,
You needed it, didn't you?
one moment, please.
I needed it badly.
Yeah, one moment before we all yell it out. Anybody below a 17?
1 second, please. Sorry.
Yes, I am.
Probably.
Okay. Anybody below a 17?
Yeah.
So you are going to take 25 points of fire damage. You're at
Reaction, I am going to absorb elements on that one because you got me effed up.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, and what does that mean
I will
exactly?
explain what that does in a second once I can see.
Omega?
Absorb elements is a reaction. When I take damage, I have resisting to the triggering type until the start of my next turn, and then when I do something, I can add a d6 to it, but that won't matter.
Okay.
So what was the damage I took?
So if you failed, it's 25. Everyone else takes half
So I'm
that.
going to take 12 or 13 for half.
12. We'll round down.
Okay.
Okay, and everyone else take 12.
12.
Who is in that area, except for...
So I resisted with a unnatural 20, and then I'm going to use absorb elements to half that again to a 6.
Okay.
Wait, so those who passed it take 12?
Yeah, those who pass take 12 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Falfer, you are up. Sterling, you are on deck.
I'm going to turn to everyone and say, sorry I directed you in this particular direction! Let's go back! And I will, can I Okay, first of all, just situational awareness.
Yes.
This fireball clearly came from the head of this giant
through
statue.
the fog cloud.
Okay, I'm going to. Can I use my movement to get into this hall over here?
Yes. Oh well, yeah. So count it out, and you can probably get there.
That is 1,
5, 10. You can go diagonal. 15, 20, 25. Yeah, 30. Yeah, puts you into the hallway. You now have full cover from the statue.
Okay. I say, everyone, come in here.
Okay, Sterling, you're up. Do you want an action?
No, I'm gonna hold an. Sorry, yes, I'm gonna hold an action.
Okay.
If I see anyone coming, like not making it the full distance, I will, or getting damaged at all, I'm going to do a cure wounds on them.
Okay, but you have to touch
as
them.
an action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So you're readying a cure wounds for when they come to you.
That's right.
So whoever gets there first, essentially.
Effectively, whoever gets there first gets the prize.
With my initiative, that might be me. That might eat you up a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Sterling, you're up.
Actually,
Rowan, you're on deck.
Yeah.
All right. So we were about halfway across this room, right?
Sorry.
We were about halfway across this room when we were hit.
Yeah, I'd say about half.
All right. Did Falfer run the rest of the way to the direction we were going, or did he turn back?
No, he was hiding. He was kind of hiding behind a pillar while you were all passing, and he was kind of like motioning you forward.
Right.
Julian, if we can get the overcam, that'd be great.
I can show you what I did, Brandon, so you know.
He was right behind this one.
He was behind that pillar.
This one, right?
And then I moved to
full
the hallway.
screen, Julian, please.
Then I moved to the hallway on the side.
Yeah, right behind this one, Brandon.
That's where I was.
Here.
That's where
and
he
now,
was.
So
you ran backwards.
I ran this way.
Away from the statue.
We started off over here. We were running over there. And Falfer went into the hallway over there.
Viewers, tell us who has the nicest finger. So we started here, and we went this way.
My hand doesn't block the
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay.
We're good.
So Falfer went into the hallway off to the side. To the right of where you are right now.
Yeah, not to make things complicated, but I don't think I'd be turning back because I'd rather be out of view. So I'm going to keep running with my 40 feet of movement.
Where do you want to go to?
And then I'm going to go right up to the wall, just hugging that back wall to be out of view of the front.
Okay, so do you want to be near the statue or off to this? So there's a balcony that you can run right under. You see that dark area. If we can get the full screen again, Julian, please. So you could run under the balcony that's straight ahead of you. No.
That one?
No.
Jay?
No. Back.
This guy here.
You can run under that balcony if you want, or you could run past and right to the wall with your movement easily.
Yeah, I'm going to run straight to that wall.
Okay.
And I'm going to hold an action to fire with my crossbow if I see anything come out. I'm not expecting anything to, but
not that way. I think he's going
to the wall. I guess I could fire. Oh no, we're in a fog cloud, right? So I can't see the face.
You kept running. So he's like under the balcony.
You want to be under the balcony or against the wall?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go straight against the wall, that back wall.
Just put him against the back wall between the statue and the balcony.
Back here.
Between the statue.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, and I've got my held action in case I see anything come out, but.
Got it.
Yeah.
Rowan, you're up. Ezmerelda, you're on deck.
Okay. I can't actually. I'm here. Am I much closer to Travas then?
Yes, you're about 10 feet from Travas.
Okay. And on the same level, this is the dead wizard that I came in with.
No. That is Kesimir, who they came in with. But you don't recognize him.
Where is the
guy we?
He's in here.
He's in the other hallway.
Way over here.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry. The dead boy, the apprentice.
Yes.
The wizard's here. The apprentice. Yeah. And the apprentice is right near him.
Okay.
Crispy.
Dead. Yes, crispy. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna run back. It's like run back and I think it's best we retreat, and then I'm gonna run back and I'm gonna go hang back there
through the door.
Travas.
Through the door.
Past the doorway.
Through the door, or in this room still?
Through the doorway.
Okay.
So I can't get hit anymore. So back here.
Okay, so that's a different room. Remember, so that room goes this way into that hallway that is to the left.
Like the hallway that's.
And that's the door. Travas is in that doorway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna join. I'm gonna run past Travas.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So you're like kind of back here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Ezmerelda, you're up.
So at this point, Ezmerelda would get the general consensus that we're all just getting the F out of here.
Yeah, but some in different directions.
You don't even think about fighting.
So,
No, I mean, I'm definitely not going to stick around if everybody else is absolutely fleeing before my eyes. So because I can't see the board that well, if I know and we are in a fog cloud, I will try to head towards where I remember there to be an exit.
Okay, so there's many. Right to your right, if you can just point to where Ezmerelda is.
Oh, I see myself. Okay.
Okay, so right to your right is a hallway that leads to the lower level. Back up the stairs is where Travas and Roan are. I can't see the screen. And then straight ahead to the back wall is where Sterling went to.
Splitting the
Okay. Who is out in the hallway?
Falfer went to the hallway. So
if he's alone, I'm going to keep an eye on him. I'm going to go towards Falfer.
Okay.
It's great. We can die in pairs.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So Ezmerelda goes out into this side hallway.
Do we? I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get. Yeah, you can't see that. That's you.
I'm over here. Thank you.
We don't need the fireball anymore, right?
No.
No, I would keep it right there for a second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. We can pack that away right now.
You're not gonna need it again.
You're not gonna need it, right, Jay?
You all hear a crack of lightning that arcs out from the fog cloud that surrounds the head of the statue, and it hits Demeets.
Oh, right in the meat.
Right in the meats. And that is going to give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh, all that
That's
metal.
my best kind of save. It's gonna be a 12.
That's not enough.
Didn't sound good.
As you take 53 points of lightning damage.
Oh, Demeet.
Okay.
Demeet your maker.
Then 3 bolts leap out from that target from you, so it hits Dimitri, and then they leap out. Who's within 30 feet?
No, I'm nowhere near.
It would be Noggins, and I hate to say Falfer and Ezmerelda. Although Ezmerelda probably ran quite far down the hall, and she's fine.
So
She said she was sticking with
no,
Falfer.
you guys are not 30 feet outside of 30 feet from Dimitri.
Like
That's a 20-foot hallway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like Ezmerelda, Falfer, and Noggins to give me dex saving throws as well.
This is against a spell, correct?
What?
Against
This is a spell?
Yeah.
Oh, also, yeah, screw that. Hold on, I need to do the thing real quick. I keep forgetting I have advantage against spells and magical effects, so I'm gonna go ahead and get that advantage from that fireball so I don't die immediately.
Next time, remember when it happens, Omega.
Shut up. I mean, it's a 19 on the die, so yeah. So I'll get that back. Anywho, okay, so you said dexterity save?
Yeah.
It's a 26 for me.
Okay, so you take 27 points only.
And we're next to Dimitri, or no?
Yeah, you're right next.
Sorry, how many was that?
27.
Do we still get the +3 that you give on?
If we get a +3 from Dimitri, then that's 20 for me.
Then you also just take 27.
Okay.
I got a 24 if I include Dimitri's.
So you take 27. That's the 3, right? Yeah. Okay.
And then 27.
And as soon as the lightning arcs out, it fizzles out as you're all feeling the heat off that lightning spell. Okay. Noggins, you're up. Travas, you're on deck.
I have a held action to heal the first person who comes my way.
Yes. That would have been, at this point, that would have been Ezmerelda. What happened on her turn.
Okay, should I?
So, yeah, she would have taken the healing before she got hit, but it doesn't matter, so just roll the healing now.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I took damage before that, so it still helped me.
Oh, okay, cool. So that would have been, I would have done it first level. That's going to be 6 points of healing for you, Ezzy.
I'll take it, thank you.
I just have a feeling that'll be useful in this battle.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And everybody's running right now. Sterling went to the back by himself. And I also know there's a door back there that we can open somehow. I'm going to, first of all, cancel Fog Cloud, because we've gotten hit directly twice, which to me tells Noggins that he could probably perceive through it. He goes, that didn't help, sorry. And he's going to run to the back with Sterling.
Okay.
I have 35 feet of movement.
Make sure it's 35.
So 7 blocks.
Yeah, you can get to next to Sterling.
Okay, so you're next to Sterling. And are they under the balcony?
Looks like they're under the balcony at the wall.
Okay. Right to the wall?
Like, he's not quite to the wall, but Sterling is to the wall.
And Sterling, you're standing right beside the door to the treasure vault. That's where that is. It's under the balcony. You're both right in front of that door.
And we also knew, was that also that's not the way towards where we fought the vampires, though?
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah, through the treasure vault, through the fissure, into the vault. Yeah.
And then we can go through the vampires around, because that went to the library.
Yeah. You
to
go
get
up the
to
library
exit
to get to the lich, yeah.
Okay. And the way that Ezmerelda and Falfrowit, do I remember if that's also a way to get around to where we are? Like a meeting? Or no?
You remember that hallway was collapsed.
Oh, yeah.
Leading north.
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say, oof. Well,
on the bottom, on the top level, it wasn't collapsed, and that was where you guys saw the chapel, or not the chapel, the lecture hall with the cracked floor.
Yeah. But as long as they can get to where we are, we can at least get around. Then for now, as I start to run, I do look back and go, oh, you stink, as I smell the searing flesh of Dimitri. And I will use my bonus action to give you some Balm of the Summer Court. I'm going to give you 5 of these things, because that looked like it was painful. So I'm using dice that need black light, and it's weird.
The way you're taking damage will need to.
6,
and bomb.
5, 4. Where's math? That's 15 plus.
Darkness is sort of my thing.
16, 20 points of healing to Dimitri.
Wait, so it's
plus,
what was that? 20?
20 points of healing plus 5 points of temporary HP if you don't have it.
Okay.
Nice.
And then as an action, I'm going to kind of spin that spin that, what's that thing called? That staff, and point it back at the statue, and a wall is going to surround the front of it again.
Yes.
As I cast a wall of ice.
In a T again? In a T shape again?
So let me look at one thing really quickly. I'm pretty sure they all have to touch each other, but does it say they have to come from a point together? I don't think they do. Sorry. Yes. I'm actually going to make, if I can, I'm going to kind of make a dome around the head. How big is the head? Really big?
5 by 5 feet.
Perfect. Yeah, I can do a radius of up to 10 feet. So I'm just going to kind of make a sphere around the head, just so it can't see. It really can't see shit.
So actually on the head itself, just on the head?
Where the eye holes are, so it can't see through.
Okay.
I'm trying to block that with ice.
Okay.
So it can't see. So yeah, we know what that means. So that's my action, bonus action, movement. That's me.
All right. Travas, you're up. Dimitri on deck.
It's terrible. I'm sorry, Ron, but I'm going to go. And I say, Delbin, help me. And I'm going to run and dash as fast as I can. And hope he doesn't have a held action. So it's going to be 5, 10, 15.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
That's a gift.
Jay. Look how flustered I am.
Even your phone is flustered.
I'm just pushing all the buttons. Oh, it's not bad. It's a 19 plus a whatever I got here. So, is 19 enough, or should I add this? Oh, I'm all the way back at the thing.
As you start to run down the stairs, the floor is still smoldering, and there are areas of flame. And you were hit by almost like paralyzing fear. But you basically just close your eyes, and your will overcomes your fear, and you're able to cross through.
Thank you.
So, go ahead. You can move that fireball thing now.
Yes. Sorry.
For now.
Just throw it back. It's such a jerk.
I'll keep it handy.
Yeah, of course. I say sorry to meet
It's close by. Okay.
When I get there, I'll just.
Where are you?
I'm in here.
Okay.
And I'll whisper to Sterling. Who's that? Yeah, Sterling and
Noggins.
Noggins. We can always go up the butt again. That's how we got them last time.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Dimitri, you're up.
Okay.
Fall for your on deck. Okay.
Continuing. I'm just gonna dash to get into the room.
Into the room or under the balcony?
So into the room is where we were wanting to get originally.
Back into the treasure room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if you can make it all the way and then into the room too, that's fine. The room is at that. The doorways or the fissure is the room is at that door at that wall. So you could, if you can get past, you can. So just count them out and let me know where you end up.
Yeah. Which was roughly like 35, 40.
Okay. So you're at the. Oh, you're dashing.
Yeah.
So you can dash 60.
Yeah.
So you're well into the room, into this treasure room, when you kind of in the middle of the treasure room when you come through. You basically bolt past everybody and bolt past. Stay tuned, January. Okay, that is your turn. Falfrey, you're up. Sterling, you're on deck.
So I will turn to Ezzy, who has run in, and say, we cannot go back in there. I am very, very hurt. Can we perhaps find another way to the back? They seem to be going towards the back of the room.
Yeah, we can't stay here. I think we're trapped in here.
What do we see down this path, Jay?
Yeah, so as you kind of look down the corner, because you're right, I'd say at the end where it opens up into the hallway.
Yep.
Right there, it's all collapsed in. That whole hallway is collapsed in. Then there's two amber vault doors. Sorry, two regular kind of mundane doors to the left of that. Down the way is another vault. Down at the end is another vault. And then back around to the hallway, the thing you're in.
So to be clear, no clear path to behind the Amber Temple hall.
Not clear. It feels like this is mirrored from the other side.
Okay.
And it appears that the area that kind of that went further is blocked off.
Okay.
By this rubble.
I'm going to take my action and cure wounds myself at 3rd level.
Okay.
Or second, I think second. And I'm going to also use. Wow, that's 24 points of healing. Thank you very much. I'm also going to just come to the corner, peering back into the hall to see if there's any way that we can scurry through it. And when we go back into the hall, we see do we see the spell that's been cast?
You went back into this temple.
I just want to lean in.
So
please.
so you move another 20 feet. So just make sure that's 20 feet out of your movement.
Yeah.
And you kind of look over and around the corner, and you see that there is a dome of ice surrounding the head currently.
I'll relay that back to Ezmerelda.
Okay.
Okay, and that'll be my action. That'll be my turn.
You haven't taken an action yet.
Yes,
you cast Cure Wounds, right? You still have 10 feet of movement.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick around here until I'm sure that as he wants to go with.
Okay, Sterling, you're up. Rowan, you're on deck.
Okay, I really want to kill this guy, and I'll say that to Noggins, but kind of
not yet. We gotta go.
Maybe later.
Reading my Warforged jaw and hearing the wisdom of Noggins, I'm going to follow Dimitri.
Okay, you enter the room.
Yeah, and if I need to, I'll dash to catch up.
Okay, you don't need to dash to catch up. In fact, your movement, you're at the wall, so 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 puts you to the entrance of the fissure within that room. And then you can move another 10 into the fissure, and then there's only 10 feet into from the vault, and then you still have an action.
Yeah, I don't want to leave everybody too far behind. So I'm going to post up next to the fissure, crossbow at the ready in case some, evil comes through that door instead of friend.
Okay. All right. Rowan, you're up. Ezmerelda's on deck.
So, Sterling's gone
Sterling,
toward...
I like Sterling. Let's call him Sterling from now on.
Sterling's gone towards one of the vaults. Is that
Sterling,
the vault that I was in with the vampires? A vampire spawn?
Yeah, so he's heading into the fissure through that.
And they're heading through to a dead end.
And they're gone that way towards a dead end, yeah.
And what are my options up here?
That leads up to the upper area of that hallway. So, actually, in fact, what you see in the room is that room with the hole in the ground with the double doors that lead to the hallway that had the lecture hall. So you just went back into the room that you guys were in when the apprentice came out and got fireballed.
Okay. If that's the case, do I have enough movement to dash? Because I can't quite see it. Dash into the room with Falfer in them?
Yeah, it would be like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And then
yeah, dashing to get where Falfer.
Yeah, 40 would get you around the corner beside Falfer.
30, so 60.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
40 would get you right beside Falfer.
All right, I'm going to dash and I'm going to go 10 feet past Falfer.
Okay, so you're 10 feet into the hallway that leads into, or the short hallway that leads into the large one.
At Ezmerelda.
At Ezmerelda. Yes. Okay, cool. Ezmerelda, you're up.
Okay. Ezmerelda is seeing in the direction that Falfer headed and everything that he's told her. Ezmerelda will bonus action start a blade song.
Okay.
Take the full 40 feet into the direction where we were heading towards the other door, but hold a counter spell because her friends are still back there and we've taken a lot of damage.
Okay. Okay, so so where do you want to end up? I apologize.
If I could see where, how far does 40 feet get me?
It'll get you right, so 10 feet to where Falfer is.
Yeah.
And then
can I hide behind the column?
No, you can get under the balcony.
Oh, I can. Okay, great.
Under there, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
To safety.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll hold that counter spell.
Okay. Omega, how much damage does it take to dissolve the ice? Does it have hit points?
It's 30 hit points.
It does have hit points. However, I need to look at a very specific thing. It doesn't say like if it takes damage, the whatever happens goes through and like we get like the rest of it. Like you're hitting a wall, but it does have damage. Yes, it is 30 hit points, AC of 12 per 10 feet
area, right?
Yeah, per 10 foot of area. Yeah, and each panel is a 10-foot thing, so it's big.
It's like a game.
And it does have vulnerability to fire. And anything that moves through the sheet of ice for the first time when it's destroyed has to make a con to save or take 5d6 cold damage.
Okay. All right. So you hear a small against the ice, and you watch a couple bits of ice kind of fall off the head, and cracks kind of form.
We hear that?
Yeah, you hear almost like a muffled concussion.
And I can say, thanks, dead person who gave me your staff, even though you're dead, so I technically took it, and then someone else tried to get it back, they're dead too now. Thanks! And I just keep going.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. Okay. Noggins, you're up.
Oh, perfect. So now Sterling is in front. Travas is over there. Dimitri and Ezmerelda?
Yeah.
Where's Roan and where's
She's not through
Falfer?
the door yet, but Falfer's still in the hallway.
Gotcha. And is Roan anywhere?
He is also in. You saw him duck into the hallway.
Cool.
From the side.
Sterling, did you start to go into the vault area towards where we went?
He's standing beside the fissure. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Follow Dimitri,
in the room.
Sounds good. Then Dimitri did get. Oh no, not Dimitri. Falfur is now thinking out loud. Oh! Multiple targets. Noted. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to. Let's roll this fast now. Dimitri, you're with us. You said?
Yeah, I'm in the treasure room.
Okay. Cool. I will look at Dimitri and I'll go, yeah. And I'm going to reach into my pouch and get a couple of like pine nuts basically, and I'm going to slash a hole into the world with my scythe, stick my hand with these nuts in there for like 5 seconds and go, that should be enough. And I'm going to hand you one of those nuts and say, eat that. And I'm going to look at Sterling and go, you're faster than me. I'll eat it myself.
Nuts.
Then I'm going to eat my own. Oh no! I'm going to eat the thing that I grabbed, casting Long Strider at 2nd level. It's going to give us both an additional 10 feet of movement speed.
Ooh! I told you we were gonna love his nuts.
I tried to hold off, and then you did it anyway.
Low hanging fruit.
What are they? How do you know that?
I hate this.
Okay,
so yeah, your speed is up by 10 now, so we can get out of here faster. Mine as well. Bonus action. Sterling, are you hurt?
Yeah, I took the full damage of the fireball.
You took the full damage?
Yeah.
Sir, okay, bonus action.
I'm not bloodied or anything, though.
Okay, you still got hurt. Let Dad do his job. 17 points of healing to you, plus 4 temporary HP, as I use the rest of my balm to heal you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Then 45 feet of movement, I go, okay, bye! And I'm going to book it 45 into the fissure to get to the space, because I just need to get out of that.
Okay,
I don't
so,
want to get hit
all right,
again.
so, yeah, with 45, so this is 10, 20, 30, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So it's 30 across the room, so 40 puts you 10 feet into the fissure beside, who went into the fissure already?
I didn't go in. I'm standing next to it.
He's standing next to it. You went in.
I went in
through the fissure.
Not as far as the fissure though, but
right. Okay. Anyways, you guys are well into the room. Yeah. Noggins, you're into the fissure, and you're clear. Okay, Travas, you're up. Dimitri, you're on deck.
Yeah, Ezmerelda's there, so everybody's safe. So I'll head into the room. I'll just move in all the way up to the fissure.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Dimitri, you're up.
Okay, I will dash from where I am using 80 feet of movement, thanks to Noggins, and to get through the fissure and then through to go to the staircase.
Okay, so you enter that room. It's the same as you left it. The 2 amber sarcophagi and the one that has been destroyed or has crumbled, and you start. Basically, you make it all the way through to the stairs. Okay, you're at the foot of the stairs.
Yep.
Okay. Falfur, you're up. Sterling, you're on deck.
So can I get a sense of how? So where did they go in? They went through here.
Yeah.
And I'm there. I'm gonna dash to make it through.
Okay.
So
that's about 30 feet to the wall, I'd say, probably.
Thanks for the company, Ron. And I'll.
But where are you going?
I'm going away.
Just get straight.
Yeah. Oh, door's back here.
Yeah.
Okay, so
30 feet to there, and then I'd say 30 feet across, so you can make it to the back of this room beside the fissure. So you're now beside Sterling.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably in there at that point as well.
Okay. Sterling, you're up. Rowan, you're on deck.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stay at this post, and I'm going to keep holding that action to fire with the crossbow if any baddies come in.
Okay.
But just to kind of get everybody through, make sure everybody is noted and seen and counted.
Okay. Rowan, you're up.
Yeah, well, I suppose I'm on my own right now, so...
Yeah, it'd be bad to make the wrong decision.
On his... I almost say he's on his own.
I'm all...
Wow.
I know. It's just
All
get them
around.
all out. Just
Yeah.
We all good?
We're good.
You're all bad.
Yeah, we're all good. They're all done.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dash, and I'm gonna run through this doorway towards the fissure with the rest of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll make it more Falfer is.
Okay. So you make it clear. You guys get into the room. All of you are now out of initiative. And you all rest at the end beside the fissure. Some of you are already in. You all make your way through. I'm assuming you're going to that open room, the vault. Those 2 amber sarcophagi still there. The crates still exploded on the ground. And obviously the stairs leading up.
So like
now
looking at okay.
And you guys go up the spiral staircase into the library of blank books. I'm assuming you want to go through to speak to the Lich.
Really quick, hold on. We're going fast, and that's okay. When we go through, yes. When we go through the fissure, or even like getting into the hallway, it's all made of like stone, right? There's nothing like metal or wooden or anything like that.
Sorry, if you're going through the fissure,
like the fissure, yeah.
Yeah, the fissure is natural stone that looks like it's been split. And
how big is it?
It's only like 5 feet wide. The fissure.
Noted. I say 1 second, and I'm going to mark the edges of the fissure in like a big old thing. Actually, ask Sterling to like help me get the top because he's a little taller than me, and then I'm going to speak a word in Sylvan, and it's instantly going to close as I cast Stone Shape, so it doesn't follow us.
Very nice.
So how do we get out?
Yes.
No, after we're out.
No turning back now.
Right before Roan comes in, no, I'm kidding. I close it off and go. That might be better.
So, are you doing that closer to the entrance to the temple, or closer to the entrance of this? Because it's a 20-foot distance.
I mean, if I'm being honest, as long as once we all get through the fissure, and I can tell that's not really another way to get, I mean, at least not immediately, not get into this area, I'm just going to close the fissure so it doesn't have an entrance towards us.
Okay, cool. So closer to, sorry, not the hall. Sorry, so closer to the end where the treasure vault.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. So you were all in the room. I'm assuming you're all ascending the stairs.
Ascending the stairs.
Ascending. the stairs.
You're now in the blank book library. And then you cross the library. You speak the word. Secret door opens. You step into this empty room that you were in. You speak it again, and the door opens, and it reveals the study of Exethenter as he sits in his seat. And as it does, he turns towards you again and watches as you all enter. The door then, a minute later, or 30 seconds later, closes behind you. You are now in his chamber. What do you do?
We have returned, Exethenter.
Oh my god, we're back again.
Wow.
He nods at you.
Oh, we didn't really need to leave, actually. Turns out we just needed a rest. But Noggins, I think it's your turn now to do your thing.
Yes, go ahead and.
Oh yeah.
Do it.
I've never done this before, so you might want to like stay back here. Like just get.
I will.
We can't get any more hurt than we've already been hurt.
But I'm still going to like go as close to the wall. Like I will hug. My back will hug the wall, just as a precaution.
Susan Barin and the Thorkels is behind. I'm just gonna sort of to myself heal myself. Lay on hands.
All right.
For an amount.
Okay.
And I'm going to reach into one of my pouches, and let me check a thing real quick just to make sure I'm not going to regret this. Oh, perfect. I'm going to reach into a pouch, and it's a smaller pouch. And during one of our downtimes, I went and visited the Vistani, and I also bought some things from Grigory for the keeps, including 5 100 gold piece diamonds. And so I pull out one of those, and I go, how do I make this into diamond dust? Do I just crush it? Sterling, can you crush this? I don't know. You're strong enough. You're stronger than me. Can you like crush it? Just don't waste any of it.
Yeah, no, don't do my best.
I'll like boop him on the nose and cast guidance just to be safe.
on the metal space right.
Yeah.
Does it seem like this is something that I would be able to crush?
Give me a strength athletics check.
I'm going to, before I try crushing it, I'm going to Giant's Might, because that'll give me advantage on anything strength.
Okay.
Nice.
So I'm gonna grow and holding this diamond start to crush it.
Like have my hands underneath just in case stuff start falling out.
Okay.
Oh, come on. All right, it's a 14. Ooh,
As
it
you
was
press,
almost better.
it
It
is a
was
diamond.
almost better. Oh wait, there's guidance on there too, so that's a 1d4,
Yeah.
right?
Hey, yeah.
Come on now. Come on now.
Ah, yeah, so +1. That's a 15.
Well, we got that. Yeah, this is easy.
Get your hands
That did it.
Noggins.
You're
Right
having a hard
there.
time as it's a diamond, and you just press, and you just can't seem to.
Watching through, I'll go over and I'll put my hands over his and I'll help him.
Like it goes.
Okay. So do that again, like in Ghost.
Like it goes. Same thing.
So you do that.
Same thing.
Oh my love.
Oh, you're gonna Patrick Swayze it. So your arms around the.
Wow.
Okay.
And seeing Dimitri come over. Oh, round 2. Okay. And I'll do another guidance just to be safe.
Okay. All right.
While this is going on, I'm just gonna casually take out a potion of healing and.
I'm gonna bring a red cloth over to Noggins and say, Noggins, you've never tried to get diamonds. Come on, you're going to miss it. And I give him a cloth to hold under so you don't lose any.
All right.
This time it was a nat 20. For a total of 27.
I reached
Plus
out
guidance.
my hands
Plus
as well
guidance. Plus
and put-
guidance is
Dive still. We're
yeah.
gonna change that.
Yeah.
is 28.
Okay,
with
so
guidance.
28 plus what's your strength modifier?
Strength or athletics?
Athletics one.
9.
Holy crap! All right, 37 as you crush the diamond into diamond dust as it sprinkles into the cloth.
Ooh. Diamond shaped.
So use my thumb like a mortar and pestle.
Yeah.
And as you do that, and I catch it all, I thank you. You're awesome. I will give you a oil massage later. What? Never mind. And I will put it all in one hand and start walking towards the lich very slowly, because dang lich.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Exit Laser person.
Exit laser.
Exit laser is nice.
I help people in my grove with my mom, and I probably can help you right now, but can I have permission to get closer to you and like touch your face and stuff?
Yes, be gentle.
Okay. And I will walk forward, and I will say, I don't know if you are too old to remember, but it's going to be like you're going to have a dream for a moment, but it'll be a good one, I promise. And I'm going to swirl the diamond dust with the tip of the scythe that I have, and as some of it coats the bottom of it, I'm going to hold it up and I'm going to press the end of the scythe to his temple, and speak in Sylvan as I begin to cast Greater Restoration.
Okay. All right. As your sickle touches the side of his temple, you watch as
give advantage to him on this thing. Is there any way any of us can help him out, or is it just a straight spell?
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Okay. Just making sure.
As you touch the sickle, you watch as like old dead skin kind of like crumbles away, revealing more of the skull, even just by a slight touch, and turns to dust as it falls. And as soon as you do it, you see a bit of a jolt. And as he jolts, like dust comes off him a little bit, just from the jolt of energy. And you watch as his eyes kind of go black, and then they flare slightly with a show of intelligence, and then they kind of settle back in to this sharp, like stronger glow than before. His body hasn't changed. He's still frail. He's still weak. And you hear.
And I'm like staying there with my scythe at his temple, like slightly off. I'm standing in front of a lich who probably is feeling better, and I don't know how to feel about this. I'm gonna slowly back away.
I also feel very conflicted.
Are you well, Exethanther?
he kind of turns towards you, and again, his body is still frail, and turns to me. He says, "Yes, thank you. Now, how may I help you?"
Well, a lot of us are kind of badly hurt. If is there anything you could do about that?
You mean healing of sorts? I do not do that type of...
Oh, really? I thought that book was really thick. I did not know if there was something in there that could not, maybe. But no? No? Okay.
We could use information, Exethanther, on the temple itself, as well as what you know of Strahd.
Yes, well... What do you want to know first?
I first want to know if you are actually feeling better. I do have some bacon that I made out of carrots, and it would be soothing to your. No, okay.
It will not be soothing to anything. No.
Mr. Leach said no to the bacon.
I'll have some bacon.
It might anger him more.
It's not even bacon. It's like eating
I
a
suggest
vodka.
saying no to the bacon, Mr. Leach.
He turns towards Noggins and he says, "My mind is restored. Unfortunately, my body is not."
Do you require more healing?
I do not know.
Noggins was handing out oil massagers earlier. Maybe he can help you.
The moisturizer.
Noggins, perhaps are you able to cast the same spell upon him? Perhaps a second dose might heal him of his final ailments.
I don't think I can right now. I think it's like that's a big one. But he I think he is better, and he noms on the bacon. Yeah, I think if you wouldn't mind, like information about what like Strahd, if you knew him, what he might not like, what might be good to fight him with.
Yes, something useful, perhaps.
Yes, well... Strahd has returned to the temple several times to learn new magic and to find a means of escaping his fate. But the dark powers have no intention of giving him up. These recent years have been difficult for me. My mind and my body have been falling apart. Thank you for restoring at least part of it.
Sorry. You said something to the effect of the dark powers have kept him here. What do you mean exactly?
Did I not tell you before? I told you it's all a game. Nothing we do matters. He'll keep coming back.
That can't be. There's got to be a way. This all can't be for nothing.
How could he keep coming back?
Through the dark powers, is what I read. But tell us more of your wisdom, Exethanther.
Well, a secret society of good-aligned wizards built this temple more than 2,000 years ago. They needed a vault in which to contain the evil vestiges, remnants of dead, malevolent entities. They had captured and hoarded forbidden knowledge that they had amassed. They dedicated the temple to a god of secrets, whom they trusted to keep it hidden from the rest of the world until the end of time. Unfortunately for the wizards, even the will of a god couldn't prevent other evil creatures from learning the temple's location. The wizards were forced to guard the temple themselves, to keep its secrets from falling into the villainous hands. The evil forces that were imprisoned within the temple eventually corrupted the wizards, turning them against one another. The wizards were dead and gone by the time I arrived at the temple. I breached the temple's ward, spoke to a vestige trapped in amber, and discovered the secret of becoming what I am today. After my transformation, I took over the temple and turned the skulls of its previous defenders into my defenders. I then took it upon myself to watch over the temple, not to hoard its evil secrets, but to share them openly. Meanwhile, the evils within the temple fed on each other, growing in power. When Strahd came to the temple seeking immortality, I sensed that he was a man of destiny. Strahd communed with his evil vestiges and forged a pact with them. When Strahd later murdered his brother Sergei, that pact was sealed with blood. Strahd transformed into what you know as a vampire, releasing the Dark Lord Vampire from his amber prison and turning this land into a prison of his own making.
The ultimate monster.
So this vampire is the person who made Steve what he is now. And he's like a big dark god power thing. So that's probably not going to be something we can fight. Is there a way, or do you know any knowledge from the secret god person about vampire? Because if we know things about vampire, we might know how to maybe, like, I don't know, sever the connection between vampire and Steve, and then no powers with Steve, then, you know, boop, you die and you don't come back.
Well, there is... Vampire has not been seen since he was released 4 centuries ago.
Is it something that even can be seen, or is there, like, if Strahd is acting on his behalf, it seems like, does this vampire, is it even something that we can see before us?
I do not know. I do not know much of the dark god vampire. There is books on him in my library. There is even instructions on how to trap the dark ones into amber within the library.
Is that what
trapped like the beings in the sarcophagi have been trapped?
Yes, that must be it.
There is instructions in a book.
But all of the books we looked at were like...
Yes. A defense mechanism.
Right, so could you help us?
I do have a question. And I don't know if Ezmerelda would ever know this, but regarding Strahd's brother that he just mentioned.
Sergei.
Would Ezmerelda know anything about that, or is this all new information to her?
No, you knew that Strahd became a vampire after his love fell in love with his brother, or he was destined to, or he was set to marry. His brother Sergei was set to marry Tatiana, who was a woman that Strahd fell in love with. Strahd killed his brother. And Tatiana threw herself from the walls of Castle Ravenloft.
But then we also just found out that killing Sergei was basically the key to becoming the vampire.
The offering to the god of blood vampire.
Yeah.
So that was just for Ezmerelda's current. I wanted to know if that why was killing his brother the offering?
It was the ultimate sacrifice of love and blood, in order to fulfill the dark gift that he was given by the dark gods, vampire specifically. But this is the first you've heard of vampire.
I had this great idea. I may have heard it somewhere before. Can you help us get the information from the books? The one, so that we perhaps could create or craft something that will hold Mr. Strahd.
Well, hold him? I do not understand.
No, I mean, you just said that the books have the information that we would require to create a sarcophagus that could hold the dark ones.
Dark gods, yes.
But not Strahd.
Strahd is an undead being. He's not a deity, at least not yet.
And this god vampire who he serves, is he a god?
Yes.
This god vampire who he serves, is he a god?
The reason I ask is because perhaps this thing that Noggins was suggesting about severing the connection between Strahd and Vampire, we could, instead of going after Strahd, attack a god and put him in a sarcophagus. I mean, we know that is a way to...
I think
Do we need to baby step this? Instead of going straight to defeating a god, we're having trouble enough as it is.
You instead of fighting the one who is the prison warden of this land, you fight the one who created the prison and gave him the title.
I mean, we see the sarcophaguses around us. I mean, clearly there's someone who's put these things here. It's just a suggestion.
I doubt we are capable of doing something that it took an entire cabal of wizards to do.
Fair enough. I mean, doubt is surely the best way to go forward.
All destroyed each other.
Exithander kind of hear as he turns his head and he looks at Rowan. He says, "You are correct about Strahd coming back. Every time they've tried, and many have over the last 4 centuries, there is no winning. And I believe perhaps it is because Vampire still exists. If Vampire was back in his prison,
interesting,
perhaps he wouldn't have the power to come back."
It sounds very similar to what I said.
But does the defeat of Strahd perhaps give a moment of reprieve to escape this land of mists, of Barovia?
It has known to, yes.
Well, then that is all that we need. We need to defeat Strahd to get free, or find the talisman.
Ron is afraid of being here. He wants to leave. The rest of us want to solve the problem.
Yes, I'm not going to run from this land.
The one that was broken?
Yes.
Oh.
We have to make a new one?
Perhaps.
He's got a book, honestly. We're just talking about what we might do, but he has a book that says how to do it.
Is all we need the instruction in the book in order to create the vessel that we can then
hold Vampire in?
Trap Vampire once again?
It is no small task, but yes, the instructions are held within.
May we see this book?
Yes.
Go on.
I said the knowledge of the temple is to be shared.
Right.
In the library.
Yes, everybody knows that it is in a book in the library.
Do not remove the book.
No.
Okay.
From
No, that's good
the
instructions.
library.
Yes.
No, we don't even have library cards.
So sorry. We can read the book, but you don't want us to take it with us?
Correct.
Okay.
Books are all ancient. They will dissolve, disintegrate into dust if removed from the library. But I can give you the words to be able to read them.
Good. Let's hope it's not the one you dissolved already. That would be awkward.
I wonder
But
if you were...
we could probably just transcribe what we need.
I do wonder one more thing, Exithanther. If you're able to give us the keys to the library to access the information within, are you also able to give us the full map of the Amber Temple and all the gifts and how to access them within?
I can explain to you. I do not have a map, but I can explain to you where they are, and I can also explain to you the secret words that you need to enter the vaults.
Oh. We would be much obliged.
I would go with you if I could only walk.
We could put wheels on your chair.
Perhaps if we rest sometime, Noggins, we might be able to heal him, and he might give us safe passage through the Amber Temple.
That would work.
We out of character. We haven't been doing this for like an hour since our last rest.
Yeah.
You'd have to another day. Yeah.
We had just rested
and then
in the
library, maybe, and whatever else.
Transcribing seems very time-consuming.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. I was just saying, like, it wasn't about to be a quick thing.
Could we potentially? Could we potentially though ask him for protection as we rest, so that we could have the benefit of the greater restoration tomorrow, like the next long rest?
Are you asking me that, or
we were safe in between here and the library. It was pretty safe. So if we just go into the library and we spend the next day basically transcribing the information he's going to give us,
that's true.
It would take quite a time. Wow, and we know that we're.
And then we don't have to.
We're here for a reason.
Through the rest of the temple, if he grants us safe passage and he's the master of it.
I'm down.
How much paper do we have?
Yeah.
There's a library of blank pages.
That disintegrate once you leave.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be very funny.
We all walk out with the books.
Days of writing it.
Noggin speaks up. One more thing. Did Vampire make Barovia what it is now, or did the other dark powers do that? Like, why would Vampire want to force Strahd to stay if he was the one who got Vampire out? So I'm asking, were the other ones the ones who are keeping him here, playing with him now?
It is unclear. I have many books, and there is much knowledge in the library. I do know that was the turning point when Strahd made his pact with Vampire, who created a land, a hunting ground, a prison for centuries.
If I may, perhaps I can shed a little bit of light. In my travels after I left you, I did study a fair amount on the topic, and from what I understand is there is more than one land within these mists, and the dark powers are a group of unknown dark entities that have created this land, this mist and land with many lands within. Perhaps the dark powers are not even those trapped in the sarcophagi. They might be much more active and present deities.
That would seem to make sense.
I would suggest the book entitled The Rise and Fall of Ossibus as well. There is much to be learned.
The rise and fall of what?
Ossibus.
Sorry.
Ossibus.
As well.
As
well.
Okay.
Ossibus as well.
Someone type that in our Discord so I can see that.
Yeah.
Hey, no, continue.
Ossibus and Strahd share history. History that is not known to many.
We will then go to the library and seek out this wisdom. And when we return, we will see what we can do about getting you healed through the powers of noggins.
Very well. The word to reveal the Book of Amber is the Book of Amber. If you speak that, its title will appear.
I hate it.
If you speak the Rise and Fall of Ossibus, that book will also appear. I will be here waiting.
I have another question. The man that's inside of the God of Secrets tower?
Yeah.
Could he be our friend, maybe, with some nice words? Because he keeps trying to set us on fire. In fact, he's done it a few times.
I'm still smoldering.
You speak of Neferon.
Yes.
Yes, he guards the temple for me. He is an Arcanoloth.
Do you have a business card that I can say, look, I know him?
If I am with you, he will not hurt you, nor will anything else in the other.
You're coming with.
But you can't.
Once we heal him.
Right.
Yes.
Can I do a check on if I know what Arcanoloths are?
Give me a religion check or an Arcana check with disadvantage.
Both with disadvantage?
Either with disadvantage, yeah.
Okay.
Unless are you proficient with Arcana or religion?
I am proficient with Arcana.
Okay, so Arcana would not have.
Okay. 11.
Okay.
Rip.
You don't know that, Omega.
Yeah, you've heard of Arcanoloths, are fiends, but that's all you know. You've never seen one or heard or
If it helps, I do speak Infernal, so I might be. Arcanoloths, those are fiends From the Hells, I believe, but I don't know more about them.
Could you at least hold him back while we try and go find a way to heal you?
Well, we have our method. We just discussed it, Falfar.
I'm talking about the fireman, the fireball.
Yes, but he's in the front foyer, is he not?
Yes, it's true. If Azevenda's with us, then the creature won't fire us.
We don't need to go back to the front to get to the library.
No,
Yeah.
we pass through the library.
Right.
We pass the library,
There's
yeah.
access through
Right.
those
That's a
rooms.
fair point. I'm not looking at the map currently.
Actually, I had a question, Azevenda. There was a room that we saw. We didn't go in. It was full of food and fresh food, and it looked delicious. But we were concerned it might be a trap. Were we right?
Yes.
Is it your trap?
Yes.
Could, if knowing that we are here and it is your food, could we go eat it and not die?
It is an illusion. It is not real food. That is the trap. The bait for the trap.
What's the actual trap?
I will see myself.
This is why you eat bacon when I give it to you.
It's not bacon.
But you see how none of that food was like vegetarian because it's not as enticing?
One might say normal people do not consume like rabbits do.
I will.
Noggins is just going to start crafting a vine gate in front of everybody and himself. He's like, leave me alone.
Later on, I will ask you the question about the chicken seed and prove everything wrong.
Oh, no.
Jesus.
Chicken seed.
Chicken seed?
No, you. It's not how it works.
Be sure to add salad to the illusion. Thank you.
You don't win friends with salad.
That's not true.
As it stands currently, it appears that you are just searching for knowledge. I respect that. As soon as I sense that your motives are otherwise, I will end you. That.
We were just talking about food.
Excuse me, accidental. Wow. Okay. I say we, but I don't look. Very deliberately don't look at Rome because I still don't know. I think, all want to get rid of Strahd, and you're very powerful, it seems. So I'm going to assume that you can tell that we have made choices to make ourselves able to fight him better. Yes?
Yes.
So that's probably the extent of the extremities of our knowledge getting.
Fair. I have no animosity nor love for Strahd. He is merely a pawn.
I have one last request, if I may. Extra Panther. Have you seen?
My name is Exathanter.
Be respectful. Has nothing changed.
It's not my first tongue. Okay. Is there any way that, in addition to the books of knowledge, that perhaps there are magical items that we could take with us from this place to engage our enemies as we go along? Any chance?
No.
Fair enough. Question answered. Let's move on.
Perhaps one more thing, Exathanter, and then we will leave you in peace to do our studies within the library.
And then one more for me.
It'll be two things after you go. You go.
As I understand it, liches are beings of incredible magical might and strength.
Yeah, flattery, good.
Should we be able to heal your body to full, what stops you from defeating Strahd yourself if you should hold no love for him?
He also said no animosity.
I have no desire to rule. My only desire is for knowledge. Even if the prison goes away, the Amber Temple will remain. That is all I care about.
And we heal you, like we're square, right? Like you're not going to turn around and take your anger out on us in any way. Like we've got an arrangement, we've got a deal here.
The case.
It's true, Ezmerelda. He is a being of incredible power.
My
Good questions, everybody.
my last question. We had encountered a boy who was plagued by voices. The voices led him to this place and to a sarcophagus. And
an amulet.
An amulet led him with the voice inside. And after he had touched the sarcophagus, the amulet, he said, disappeared, and he was rid of his plaguing. Do you know what would have happened with that situation?
The dark gods, they draw many. They have ways. I imagine that was one of them.
So the sarcophagus he touched, would that be rubble as well?
I do not know.
We didn't. I was standing right at the edge. We didn't hear like anything shift down there other than him say, "I'm
Nothing
better now."
shift or crumble or anything. Nope.
Yeah.
We've unleashed the plague god.
Right.
Well, we got toasted by the fire, anyways. So.
But perhaps we should go now.
Yeah. Well, we're leaving, but you said you haven't gone anywhere in a while, and it is your temple, basically. Do you want to come to the library with us so you can see your books and stuff again, or do you want to just stay here until we get back?
I dare not try to move now. My body is not restored. I will on the morrow.
Very good.
Okay.
Off to the library then.
Into the thick of it. Off to the library.
Is there a way for you to snap your fingers and send us to the library?
It's right beside. We just walk through the door.
Let's go to the library.
Yeah, it's just down that way.
And every time we say his name, the door is like opening and shutting.
Yeah, like an elevator door.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, we don't talk about elevators.
All right. So you all leave Exithanter's chamber. You cross over into the library room once again. What do you do?
Say the secret words.
Yeah, use the words.
Okay, what are they?
Speak friend and enter.
Yeah. Okay.
Open sesame.
All right.
The rise and fall of Osiris.
Okay, so you say both, and as soon as you do that, you see a little shimmer, and the titles on the, what do they call them? The spine of the books become visible. You take them off, and they are full of writing and text and pictures and all this kind of stuff.
What language?
That is a great question. It is an old dialect of Common.
Ah, okay.
Both of them.
Shakespearean.
Okay.
It's Shakespearean.
Lots of thys and thous.
Does anyone have paper in their inventory?
I believe Ezmerelda would, yes.
Yeah, let's see.
Let me see.
Item. Does Roan have paper? No.
I have a bedroll.
I'm dead.
Starts writing
I'm
on
dead.
the bedroll.
I'm dead.
Nobody has paper.
We can try to memorize as much as we want. Worst case.
Wait.
I brought my iPhone.
No one has books.
I have a leather-bound tome called Snow Dwarf and the Seven Whites that's signed, and I don't know if I want to
write in the margins.
Ruin the value of it by writing in the margins and the free spaces. But I'm willing to do that if it's like the last resort.
You're a wizard. You have to have at least one other book.
Right? That's what I was saying. Like,
parchment
geez,
and
at
stuff.
least like some blank pieces. I will write this on my own arm if I have to.
Do you think if we write it all down that there's a danger that somebody else would get it?
Does anyone have a quill and ink? Because
I can make the ink. I just don't have a quill.
What if you just like magically? Why don't you just write it on me?
What?
Did we ever?
And like Ezmerelda will like roll up her sleeves.
Who has the paints?
Like if you have ink.
Who has the paints?
Oh, that's right.
You paint some paper.
We have that magic ink.
The magic paint we can use to make paper, to which we could use to write on. She didn't leave with them. She gave them to one of us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
I had it at one time, but I think I gave it to.
We can do this.
I think I gave it to
style.
Dimitri, maybe.
We can do this
before he
style.
exploded my Vardo.
I've got
actually have
mold
these.
earth. Mold earth. You can take earth, harden it, go 10 Commandments style.
Oh, we could.
Noggins literally gets like, as they're figuring out paper, walks
We're
back
in a
towards-
library.
Right.
Find some book that doesn't matter.
He said everything that leaves the library will disintegrate.
Oh, that's
But
right.
he goes back to exit them, like his head just pops through with his horns. He goes, "Hey, quick question. Do you have any blank scrolls here that aren't super old and will go away really quickly?"
Dust kind of falling off, points towards his desk and says, "Yes, take what you will."
We should have that would make sense. Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Noggins grabs it and like hops back, like paper.
Did you ask for any quills and ink?
Yeah, you took that too.
Tartar sauce, and I'll go back.
Halfway through doing the 10 Commandments over here with like mold earth.
And you can tell
We are so well prepared.
the paper and the ink and the quill are actually some of the most kind of like newer things that are in here. Obviously had been brought in here by somebody or something
smart,
in recent years.
Yeah, those people were pretty smart.
On the desk, but the desk itself is everything. Every piece of furniture in that room feels like it's going to fall apart.
All right,
I looted a scepter that does nothing, but I can't loot. I think to loot like a pen.
Okay. Over the next day, what do you all do before your next long rest? If we can do it nice and quickly, we'll go around. If anybody has anything extra they want to do other than studying, if you're going to study and you're going to take words down, it's the equivalent of a short rest or just resting. But you can't. That will be your action for that time, and it's going to take time to take all this information down.
So why don't we do it in shifts then? Right?
Well,
Like the instructions for the ritual for the Book of Amber is thick.
Yeah.
It will take
Book
all
of
day.
Amber in shifts, and then someone else read the other one just straight to get the gist.
Sterling could do it at night because he does not need any sleep.
Right.
But he needs to be in sentry mode. He needs to still be in stasis, right, Sterling? He can't.
I don't have to sleep, but if I want to heal, I have to go into sentry.
Will you get exhaustion if you don't sleep? If you don't go into sentry mode?
No, Warforged don't suffer from exhaustion.
Really? Wow.
How good is your memory?
But he won't reset any of his abilities.
Right.
Like, can you just read it and commit it to memory?
Oh, interesting.
As opposed to like all this.
Could each of the
paper?
personalities commit one to memory?
It doesn't work that way.
So Rome would be a fairly studied individual. I could take on one of them.
Okay.
I'll do some transcribing, shift of transcribing during the day.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could I also just take some time to study my Tome of Understanding?
Yes, you can. How many hours did you set towards that already?
I've done it on 2 short rests already.
So 2 hours, right? We said towards it.
Yeah.
How many hours do you want to spend today doing that?
As much as I can and still get a long rest in.
Okay, so if you're not doing anything else, then how long was it before your last long rest? You said it was about an hour since, right? We said,
yeah.
Or at least at least it was an hour. So you can spend another, I'd say 8 hours until your next long rest studying it. So now you're 10 hours into.
Okay, and I need 48?
Yeah.
Okay.
Over the period of 6 days or fewer.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'm going to go down the stairs of the library.
Okay.
And I'm going to spread some of the zombie dirt out.
Yeah.
And draw a circle.
Yeah.
And I'm going to spend time throwing one ball bearing at a time, trying to get it into the middle of the circle from various distances.
Okay.
So that next time, I beat him.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to spend most of my time reading through the Book of Amber and the other book.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I do a lot of transcribing, and when I have some downtime, I'm going to just go off to myself in the library and just sort of contemplate the sort of what I've been trying to refocus my purpose here, and thinking a lot more about the vision I saw when I touched the sarcophagus of Ardenbost.
And when I'm not transcribing, I'm just going to stand about 17 feet away from Trevus and just laugh at his attempt to get better at this thing I'm obviously going to destroy him at next time.
I did beat you last time.
I don't believe you did.
Everybody knows.
Yeah, no.
And Noggins is going to find not a corner, but just a little space just away from people. He's going to take out that plaid scarf and put it around his neck, and he's going to like sit down, start reaching into his bag, and start pulling out different seeds, and he's going to start growing stuff. And eventually, with time, as he creates lettuce and like watermelon and what are they, edamame and stuff like that, he's going to make vegan poke bowls for everybody, so they have dinner. And the bowl is going to be made out of a lettuce head. And he's just he's going to start cooking in the side.
Beautiful.
You can eat the bowl.
Okay, great.
Exactly, you can even make the bowl.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone? Oh, you're muted.
Who's muted?
Brandon was muted.
All right.
There you
go. I'll just be taking turns. Whenever anybody gets tired, I can write tirelessly, so no problems there.
Okay.
I do want to look around. That bottom floor is also covered in carvings of like the gods and stories, as far as I can tell, right? It's full of carvings. Can I examine it for like any deeper meaning with our newfound knowledge?
In the Ember? Sorry,
just that whole lower floor was all carvings. Is there any deeper meaning to them that I'm able to get at this point?
Okay, let me just go back there, and I'll give you the description again of what that looks like. And then, do we have the picture of that Ember Vault still, Julian, loaded? The amber-covered walls are sculpted to look like tentacles that entwine around a marble bas-relief of kings, queens, pharaohs, and sultans, attended by a myriad of servants. And that's what it looks like. But this is ancient, so this is like thousands of years ago.
Okay. So nothing relevant to what we're going through now.
No, but it depicts like dark gods, obviously controlling and manipulating, and yeah.
Okay.
At a certain point, when everyone else is preoccupied, I'm just going to turn to the wall facing it, and because I've been so charred from all of the fireball and the lightning, and I'm going to concentrate, and I'm able to pass my hand over the soot and the filth and clean myself magically.
Okay. All right.
Fancy.
Good.
Does anyone else notice this?
I do it in such a way that no one notices.
Okay. You get away from the party and you take care of it. Okay. All right. And I would say that during this time, you sense a greater... Before Ardenbost was kind of... he wasn't a present entity as much. You have spoken to him, you've had dreams. But there is a certain presence now that you feel. Like a consistent presence. Like he is somehow now palpable. Like you have a greater communion with him than you did previously. And not so much as a god you worship, or an entity is not a god, but an entity you worship, but now you feel like he's an entity that you know. And that you feel and that you sense. Okay, let me, if that's everyone, is that everyone? Yes? Okay. All right, so
I want to ask actually Ezmerelda one thing. Forgive.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So I'm going to sort of motion to Ezmerelda once we're both off our transcribing bit, and I'm going to say, Ezmerelda, I wonder if you could do me a favor.
That depends on what the favor is.
Well, seeing as we're in a safe location and we'll be able to regain our spells tomorrow, I was wondering if you might be able to assist me with this. And I'm going to hold out at my hand, in which a jeweled ring sits upon, and I'm going to look at her and say, in my journeys before, I was able to come across this, and it can actually be imbued with spells within it. I had noticed you make use of a spell to open doors. I wonder if you might cast that spell into the ring a couple times to put it in stasis.
I wonder if that would even work. I know it works on doors. I don't know how well it works on... I can try.
The ring is... any magic, as I understand it, placed within will be held in stasis and can be used at a later date. This is like a ring of spell storing, so it can actually store spells from within.
But it needs to be opened first?
No, so you basically cast the spell on the ring.
Okay.
Any spell can be inserted into it up to 5th level, so it only gets a maximum of 5th level, and it can have like basically 5 level 1 spells, or 2 level 2s and 1 level 1, and I think knock is a level 2.
Yeah, you want a knock spell?
Yeah, I was gonna ask for
placed into the ring.
Yeah.
Okay, I can help you with that.
I do appreciate it.
And so I will take some time to cast a knock spell into that ring.
Okay.
Before our rest.
Twice?
Would you like 2 of them?
If you wouldn't mind.
That I can do for you.
You have done me a favor and I will not forget it. Should you need something from me, please inform me.
Oh, I will. I don't hand out spells for free, buddy.
That I can appreciate about you.
But this ring intrigues me.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So, the Book of Amber is a very detailed, basically explanation, cover to cover, on the ritual that is required to imprison dark powers in an amber sarcophagi. So, I don't have the specifics of what that means, but you will have that knowledge now. You have spent the time in order to inscribe it and transcribe it, and now you guys have that knowledge. Okay, which will potentially come into play later on. The Rise and Fall of Osibis. As you read it, you can tell everyone else, you can pass it around. It is a smaller book, but I'll give you the gist of what the book is, and then if you're taking notes, you should probably take notes either as I speak, or I can pass you this, depending on if you want to transcribe it or you want to...
Would we be able to transcribe both in that time?
It's a long... just transcribing the one alone is going to take the day. Okay. So this one's probably just taking notes.
Okay.
Okay.
I have notes.
Okay, here we go. And you can ask me again, and I can, you know what, I'll just pass you this kind of,
Sure.
All right, so basically the Rise and Fall of Osibis explains the story. Osibis, a mysterious figure of unfathomable ambition and evil. Osibis sought to use others' souls as springboards to his own immortality. He forged pacts with any entity that would give him more power and delved into any eldritch secret that would prolong his life. He became a devotee of the dark powers and tapped into their immortal malice to fuel his apotheosis. As his power grew, he attracted disciples who also wished to defy life and death. He shared his death secrets with them and demanded their worship. In time, his goal was achieved. He became a lich of almost godly power. Acknowledging the role that his disciples played in his ascension, Osibis gifted them with a trace of his power, taking the form of shadowy tattoos. This boon allows the priests to steal souls as their master did, and to cheat death and become undead horrors. This is familiar to you guys. Recently familiar. The threat posed by Osibis and his disciples raised alarms far and wide. I believe actually even Ludari told you that the ones that you had seen were priests of Osibis that were in the temple. Yeah. The threat posed by Osibis and his disciples raised alarms far and wide. In response, the Almost Inquisition and then mortal Count Strahd faced the Lich in battle. Their bravery would have been for naught if Osibis' disciples hadn't betrayed him. Fearing that their master would eventually consume their souls, the disciples aided Osibis' foes and destroyed his physical form. As he perished, he uttered a curse upon them, that their immortality would fail them when they least expected it, and that he himself would become one of the dark powers. In an effort to rid themselves of his curse, they devoted themselves to the same dark powers with whom their master had communed. They were given a mission: provide a person of nobility and might to serve as an earthly vessel of these powers to enter the world and conquer it. If they succeeded, their immortality would be assured. A suitable vessel they did find, Strahd von Zarvich. Working in shadows and through intermediaries, the priests whispered hatred to the Count, and when his noble heart was corrupted, they were the ones who laid the path before him that led him to the Amber Temple and his fall into vampirism. But they were then betrayed. Osibis had not lied. He had himself become one of the dark powers and had conjured up a misty prison to contain the newly immortal Strahd, thereby preventing the Count from serving as the conquering force that the priests sought to loose upon the world. Thus, they were denied their reward of immortality. To this day, the priests of Osibis seek to unleash Strahd from the mists, often using adventurers as their pawns. They also ironically bear their hated founder's name, for they know it is his original deathly gift that gives them their horrific powers.
So too long didn't read. Osibis is the reason that the prison exists.
Yeah.
So he might be a threat as well.
Perhaps.
Two dark powers, fun.
Right.
And you haven't, I mean, these aren't dark powers that you've seen in the temple as of this far. Right? You haven't seen Osibis, you haven't seen Vampire.
Yeah. But we did see the priest, and we knew about something with the old mist from the paper they had. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Remember the map they had?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like a pentagram.
Yeah. And Roan, something about reading this kind of tweaks something inside you. You can sense it goes deeper for you, this story. There's I wouldn't say kinship, but there is there's a connection that is formed somehow that rings true about the story that rings through than more than just the knowledge that has been shared.
Okay. Is there anything I can do to sort of figure out this connection a little bit more, or is this something I need to dwell on and see as it unfolds?
Insight check.
14.
As you read, the more and more you read, you get the sense that the being that is described, and the voice of which people they're describing of his motives is known to you.
Okay. So I'll just study that one especially hard and hold it close to my heart.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Cool.
Okay. You all basically transcribe and read and throw ball bearings until the time comes for a long rest. You all kind of settle in. Where are you sleeping, and how?
With the Lich.
That's what we did last time.
Safest place in the temple.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so you all go into the Lich's chamber, and you settle in for a long rest.
So I'll do similar to what happened last time, bringing out the book of poetry. But this time just resting a hand on it and sitting down instead of the usual Sentry's Rest standing. I'll just be sitting holding on to this book of poetry, looking at it for the full Sentry's Rest.
Okay. Go ahead. Anybody else?
Sorry, I missed that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
I just had one thought, actually. During this period, I'm actually going to approach Sterling and sit next to him. And not even looking at him, I'm going to say, "You said the boy has fallen."
He has.
Within the temple, there perhaps lies a way for his salvation. Should you wish.
Goes there. At what cost?
I know not at what cost, but the path is there should you wish to take it. And then I'm going to stand up, obviously talking about the one that Dimitri and I touched, and and I'm gonna stand up and leave him with that word.
Okay.
Trying to sew some stuff in his head.
As I leave, I'm gonna say, "For all his faults, I was always fond of the lad. It's a shame." And then I'm just gonna leave and go to my own corner.
Okay.
That you're talking about the sarcophagus that was that you went around to all three.
Correct.
I never ended up touching that one. I think Noggins did though.
No, I'm talking about the
big one.
The super resurrection.
Yeah, the raise the long dead. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. I think the other one that I got would like the revive. I might actually require a body. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to step away quick. What did you ask?
Yeah, so basically we're just settling in for a long rest. I was going to ask you next if, as you kind of start to settle in, if you would like to use your ability.
I'll make sure everybody gets their watermelon poke bowls, and I will stare at them if they don't eat it.
Yeah.
It's flavorful. It tastes good. It might be a little bubbly because some of the things are from the Feywild, but it's great.
It's not bad, bro.
But yes, once he settles in, he would begin to fall asleep. And I think for a moment, before he actively tries to access this this ability, he kind of sits there, and as he drifts off, he realizes that it's blank, not really seeing much, and there's a sadness that physically comes over his face, even though he doesn't realize it as he's going to bed. But he does attempt to use that ability.
Okay. All right.
Just because of my bad would have happened previously, as I'm settling down, I give him a warning glare from across the room.
I have a 19 perception. I see it, but you see nothing on his face.
Okay. All right. As you all fall into slumber, Noggins, once again, you are surrounded by those vines that cause this kind of dome, and in these alcoves are your companions who seem to be sleeping upright, who have these little kind of translucent, ethereal, glowing kind of masses over their foreheads. You can reach out and grab if you choose to. The only one obviously not available to you is the body of Noggins, who is basically encased by vines and tied tight in one of the alcoves, you yourself being your original self in this dream. What do you do?
He takes a moment to kind of stare at his own body and kind of sighs about it. And his head does turn towards Realms just for a moment. But then he starts to look around, and I'm unsure because of mechanical things, but in this power, I don't know. Is Sterling here?
Yes.
I rolled a die to see who I went to, and it rolled on Sterling.
Okay.
And I'm going to walk over and boop.
Okay. So you touch that mass. Sterling, How many are there left in the amalgam?
7.
Okay. Can you please roll me a d8, Noggins?
Six.
Okay. Sterling, if you can tell me which 6 would represent within the amalgam.
Okay. Shog.
Okay. All right. Noggins, as you enter, Sterling does not have dreams, but his consciousnesses absolutely do. Sterling, if you can describe to me the dream that Shog is currently having.
Shog is currently having a very victorious dream, remembering killing the boy and overpowering the other minds. But it's like he's locked in the moment of killing the boy. It never seems to end. It's just that moment continues and continues and continues, and that feeling of victory stays.
All right, and Noggins, you find yourself kind of watching off in the distance slightly, and Sterling, Shog, recognizes that there is a presence in his dream that he did not notice before.
Who is here?
I should ask who you are.
Oh, I believe we've met. I'm Shog. Do you not recall? There was a time I nearly took a man's life.
Oh. In Argynvost.
Yes, yes.
And you are the one representing the amalgam right now?
Oh, they like to keep me buried. They like to make me small. But they fear me.
His head turns to see the boy, I'm assuming, who's dead on the ground. Is it because you can do things like that?
I can now. Tell me, my friend, what is it that keeps you with this group? I've seen the looks. Why? Why do you bother? Obviously, we're at a disadvantage.
Because it is my duty as a walker of dreams to make sure that they are balanced. No goodness should overcome evil, but no evil should overcome goodness. It should be in the middle, and this place has been tipped towards the darkness.
And would it not be tipping it towards the light to take away the power that stands as it is now?
And there's so much darkness. Is it tipping it to the light, or is it correcting and rebalancing itself?
That is the question, isn't it? If everyone was to tip it towards the light, would you try to stop that? It would be against your vision of equilibrium. I can help you. I can watch too. Together we can make sure that it stays equal.
You seem to have a need for power, as I can see that one. And I'm just going to like wave my hand in this dream, and there's going to be like a dome that appears over the body of the boy.
What are you doing?
Nothing, just making sure he doesn't see.
This is my moment. You can't take it from me. This is mine.
Not taking anything from you. I just like this conversation. It should be just between us.
The boy is dead. There's nothing he can hear now. He's not here anymore. He's gone. I made sure of that. I made sure of it.
Jay, how much control do I have in a dream?
Give me a wisdom check. Yeah, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay.
Against your wisdom save, Sterling.
That is, what did I do with black dice? Oof, okay. 26.
Okay, versus a 21.
Okay, 26 wins. You currently have control of the dream, Sterling. Noggins.
I'm going to blow, and behind Sterling, an image of the boy is going to form. In the dream, anything can be real. But that's neither here or there. I don't know what your purpose is. I don't know what the amalgam means to you. And I do have a goal to get rid of this nightmare. And I do want to leave. But I am curious to know what happens when the nightmare ends. But now that I see you, this entity who longs for power, but still has a connection to the boy, I just truly want to know what your goals are. Helping me does what for you?
Put me in a position to receive more from this land. Maybe something directly from Strahd himself. I want his power.
If you had his power, would you be okay with being in this prison?
You mean the amalgam?
No, the nightmare.
The nightmare. It's more than what I had in the past. But maybe you're right. Wouldn't be enough for long, would it?
Perhaps it'd be just long enough. But until then, I'm going to blow again, and there's going to be 20 of the boys who appear. You killed someone that these people like a lot, and it won't be easy for you to get your way.
They barely even register that he's dead.
They barely remember the other one too, but when it hit harder than they expected. We might talk again. I'm interested. Sorry, I like this stream. This is fun. I just don't know what they'll do. We'll see. Enjoy your fantasy battle, one-sided. I could let him win in the dream just to see how you react, but that won't be fun right now.
You are cruel, deep down.
No, I'm just a fake creature. I'm chaotic. The difference.
I know a thing or two about chaos, too.
No, you don't. I get out of the dream.
And that's where we're going to take a break. Very good. We'll be right back. Do you miss playing Dungeons & Dragons, or just have a hard time finding a group in your hometown? Maybe you just wish you could play more. On Discord, we created a community of over 100 people who are playing D&D around the clock.
I'm Noggins.
Botsy.
Cece.
Piotr Strongshield.
Katarina.
Elder Sidivar Baba Negra.
Taino. Daria.
Kostash Morach.
Elros.
Falfar Softfoot.
Ketis Whitespine. Leslie Reindeer.
Misery Cordelia.
Chardonic Oriel.
Body.
Bragar Iron
Dimitri.
Shalara.
Barf Battlebrain.
Atomic Scrymate.
Shortly Frudari.
Warren Greenstep.
Melina Lee.
Sesh Morses.
Malachi Dupraki.
Sarah Sklar Life Forger.
Travas.
Tamazar.
Ezmerelda Ambershake.
Elder Waddleby.
Dustin Morses.
Morgan Reagan.
Akshay Kitty. Sterling.
By integrating Discord and D&D Beyond, we're able to provide an immersive experience that is the first of its kind. You can create a character from 1st to 15th level and then roleplay 24/7 in our Discord channels while combating monsters, crafting weapons, training new skills, and searching for items across our campaign world. You'll also have the chance to participate in random combat encounters and go on monthly virtual quests. Ever wanted to try your hand at being a dungeon master? Or maybe you're an experienced dungeon master and just want the chance to run more adventures. As a community DM, you can run encounters and virtual quests for the community based on monthly modules written by our very own accomplished plot team. Join us.
Join us.
Check it out.
Join the Discord.
Join us!
Join us.
And let's create incredible stories together.
Welcome to Dwarven Forge. This is everything you need to know about our terrain in 60 seconds. Ready? Let's go. We hand sculpt our pieces for maximum detail and artistry, infusing passion into every millimeter of our work. Everything is available beautifully hand painted so you can start playing right away. Or you can choose unpainted to paint everything yourself. Our pieces are completely modular so you can use the same sets to create a new adventure every time. Most pieces have embedded anchor magnets that affix to our terrain trays for secure building and for revealing rooms as your players discover them. We create everything out of Dwarvenite, our top secret PVC formula that's nearly indestructible. We pack our pieces with as many features as possible, such as swappable LEDs to quickly change the look of your scene. We offer magnetic accessories to add flavor or increase the danger. A 1-inch tactical grid is sculpted into our floors, hidden in dungeon flagstones, natural rocks, or sticks and plants. In addition to sculpted pieces, we make terrain trays to use as a vibrant graphic base for your build. We offer a range of environments, including dungeons, caverns, cities, castles, sewers, forests, mountains, streets, burrows, ice, and hellscape. And that's just the beginning. We have a passionate fan base who can tell you all about it. And that's everything you need to know about Dwarven Forge in 60 seconds.
The games we play are the stories we create.
The fortress doors swing open.
Every story is unique.
And the sound of war drums rises.
Sometimes our stories come to us when we least expect them. We need to be ready no matter where inspiration strikes. And sometimes our stories are told over great distances. No matter where your journey leads you or how your story is told. The games we play are the stories we create. Sirenscape can help make yours epic.
Sirenscape is searchable, fast, and customizable from any device with no need to pre-install any sound. Adding epic atmosphere to your game has never been easier.
All right, we're back. Without Noura. Oh, that's
what just happened?
Yeah.
Please, there's the buttons. There's the little.
Okay. All right, we're back. Okay. You are currently all sleeping. We just had a moment.
Yes, we did.
And yes, we are back. You just had your dream with experience. Noggins, you come out of that experience. Did we say you could do multiples? Because you did multiples last time, didn't you? No, one? One per.
Let me just really quickly.
I think it's one per.
I would assume it's one per dream, one per night. Yeah, that's too much.
Okay. Just remember, keep in mind what happens to you if you use that ability.
That's the bad.
Okay. All right. Dimitri.
Ooh, the meats.
You find yourself in a dream. And the first thing that you sense before you wake, just as you're kind of coming to, is a presence that exists where you are. And as you come to, you feel yourself in the foyer chamber of Argynvostolt. And you're actually standing in a long line of what appear to be knights, all dressed in full plate, with cloaks that go right to their ankles, with shields that have the symbol of Argynvost on them. And you get the sense, as you start to take it all in, that the Argynvostolt itself is its former glory. Perhaps what it may have been hundreds of years ago, when Argynvost was alive, and when the Knights of Argynvost guarded the Amber Temple and lived in the valley before Barovia was a thing. And you stand in a line, and the line goes all the way up the stairs. And time passes quickly in this dream, and so you find yourself here, and then you find yourself in the landing, you find yourself on the second floor, you find yourself just in front of the audience chamber, and then you find yourself in the audience chamber, and there is a lineup of knights leading up to a throne that faces out, overlooking. You recognize this, you've been in this throne room recently. And off to the side of the throne, you see a familiar individual. It's the visage of Godfrey, but a living Godfrey, human, standing just to the right of the throne. And you watch as each knight ahead of you kind of goes around the throne, kneels where you can't see them, stands, and then leaves out a door. And this continues. And you imagine this is the day that that all of the knights finished their training and they were being inducted into the knighthood. And you wait in anticipation as you kind of file through this line, and you find yourself walking around, and as you come around the throne, in the throne sits an individual you do not recognize except from the visages on the statues that are throughout Argynvostolt. This is the human iteration, polymorphed version of Argynvost himself. And he sits in the throne, and he wears glorious mithril chainmail, silver plates adorn, and he looks up at you and he smiles. And you don't even recognize his features, but this radiance that comes from him. And you watch as the sun kind of beams through the windows behind you, understanding that he is blessed by goodness. That you have a sense in that moment that the god of sun, Elune, or the Morning Lord, and him have communed in a way, that they share the same sorts of understanding, same mission, same purpose, to bring good and light and to protect. And you get the sense that there is this maybe unofficial alliance between them as the forces of good upon this land. And you hear a voice say, "Please kneel." And as you take a knee, he stands and he draws the sword of Argynvost. And he touches it to each shoulder. And as he does, you feel almost like a shock of energy kind of coalesce and then enter your being on the left and then the right. And you stand, and as you stand before him and he says to rise, you watch as a smile washes over his face, and these bright, bright, crystal, almost glowing blue eyes look directly into yours. And you hear him say, "Welcome, Dmitri. You are the chosen." And as he says that, you watch as time kind of speeds up and begins to erode Argynvostold until and you watch it almost in sped up time, and you watch battles happening and nights falling, and you just catch glimpses as almost like moving pictures. It animates almost like a flip book through, and you watch as the ceiling kind of erodes and collapses, and rain comes in and it starts to flood, and the wallpaper and the paint begin to curl and decay and disintegrate until the room is as it stands last you saw it. Broken, rotting. But Argynvost still stands before you in the same position, has not moved. And in that moment, he reaches back, and from behind his back, he pulls a scroll. And he holds the scroll like this, and he opens it up, and he places it in front of you. And he says, "If you would, you will be my champion. Return me, and we will free this land. And if you choose so, leave your mark. And our souls and our purpose will be united."
I just said it's a close-up.
And magically, a quill made of silver apparates in your hand. And you see at the bottom of this contract your name emblazoned under the space. What do you do?
I'll inspect the quill closely, and there's ink in there. I'll reach out and sign the bottom.
And as you sign it, it's almost like silvery ink that kind of coalesces with almost like a crackling blue energy as you do it. And as you finish it, it coalesces, and the contract kind of like almost explodes and disintegrates in his hands, and he's gone. And you find yourself standing in the empty chamber. No Argynvost. But that sense and feeling of belonging that I was talking about is now part of you. Though you felt like you could commune with him before, you now feel like you can command his power. Like you have a connection to his power that you did not before. And even though it doesn't exist in this room, you feel the warmth of the sun on your back and the support of the god that you serve, Elune. You now have this sense that Argynvost has chosen you and you have chosen him, and you can harness that ability. You wake. And you start to stir as the rest of you start to stir as well.
You're now a level 20 paladin.
Yeah.
All the power!
That does not.
No, yeah. I'm sorry. Just
to be clear.
That's not true.
You're level 15 paladin.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, onward.
Waking up and feeling that my bedroll is soggy and wet, I remember that half of my face is droopy.
Yeah.
Right, we all laughed at that.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And I might go over to Noggins, since he's the only one that seems to help people. Noggins. Do you think this is maybe is permanent, or do you know anybody in the room? I mean, I should have probably asked before we rested, but I mean, it's not urgent, I guess. But maybe you could help me with it. But not. I saw that you put the end of your sickle in the man's face, and maybe I'm not excited for that part of it, but honestly, I'm pretty young, and I'd like to have a family one day, and I'm not sure this is going to help. If you could help me, that would be great.
Jay, do I? It's tied to a dark gift.
Do it.
Have you considered acupuncture?
Wow.
Honestly, I don't know.
Not
maybe
this.
Maybe I'll be okay. Maybe it's not anything I need to worry about.
I don't really know. I don't know if I can fix you. I do like dreams and stuff. I don't do like, I don't know, cosmetics.
Right, but you did fix the very ancient man. How's he looking, by the way?
Same.
I mean, on the inside. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. That's fine. I don't mind it really.
And I will try.
Don't have any sense that there's any like this is like a side effect other than like visually I'm a little lopsided.
Yeah, you just look awful.
Is there just like paralysis on the side of his face?
Yeah.
Like he's been to the dentist one too many times.
Yeah.
It's stuck.
Okay, so, yeah, so it's just that's it, drooly face.
Yeah.
We're gonna call you droopy the
Can
rest
I
of your life.
feel it? Like, no?
It's like it's paralyzed. It's like that side of your face is paralyzed.
Am I blinking slower with one eyelid?
Ish.
It might be drooping as well.
Just spray water on it to keep it lubricated.
But there's no other than that. There's no downsides.
No, it's mostly cosmetic.
Okay, don't worry, Noggins. It's not so bad.
Should be awful and social.
I just don't know what I could do. I mean, if I feel like that happened when you got power, so like maybe giving up the power would make it go away.
Interesting, they never really offered this as an option to just give it back. I feel like I got a little ripped off with this one.
Am I overhearing that conversation at all?
Yeah, we're just.
Are we like all awake at this point?
Yeah. I'll turn to.
Let us have a moment, Garrett. No,
it's good. I'll turn to Travasa and say, that's a very good point. For any of us who accepted these gifts, did they offer the chance for us to give them back or not have them anymore?
I don't know, but I feel okay.
I mean, I felt great until I was electrocuted that one time.
Are we aware really of the negatives, or like other than Sterling losing an eighth of his?
The ones that have
personhood
experienced the negatives are aware of them.
And I would associate those. Like, would I?
Are you saying there's something negative's going to happen to me?
I'm not saying anything. I'm not even here.
Not you. I'm talking to everybody else.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not even here.
Would I associate those, or is it just like, ooh, I'm feeling so much nicer now without my winter clothes. Like, or am I realizing like, oh, Delvin, the god of ice and horrible diseases or whatever? Like
You're aware of the entity that gave it to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Immediately you know the name and the kind of essence of the creature, of the dark god. And you were aware of the physical transformation and aware of your abilities.
So, and I would associate like my fear of things with the one that gave me the gift.
Yes.
All right. I mean, we could go around the circle.
A bargain made, a bargain struck. Such gifts are not usually free, especially from those called dark powers. However, I think almost anything justifies it in the end to break free of the situation we are in.
Well, didn't you take one?
Me?
Yes.
I did.
He did.
And you went in full no. Like I just didn't want to be left out. I didn't want FOMO, so I did my dark gift that way. But I didn't know that you knew full well that there would be an exchange.
Well, I doubt that those known as dark powers have ever given anything for free. In fact, I spoke about it earlier in the room, about the price.
Yeah, but no, it was too late by then for me.
Well, at that point, I hadn't yet met up with you again, and it's been a real pleasure. But anyways...
When were you planning on leaving? No, I was just curious. No, seriously, are you staying? Or are you going?
I feel quite at home with you, Falfer. It's almost like nothing's ever changed.
It's potentially like nothing has changed.
You got purpler.
I did get a little bit of a hue on my skin.
Actually,
thank you very much.
With that nat 20, how you spoke about me knowing that this would come about with a bargain with Hag. Plus, it's not like you're exactly uninitiated in the arts of making bargains with darker powers, as illustrated by your purple hue.
Yes, if you're not careful, I may illustrate one of those dark gifts right now.
You are more than welcome to try, should you wish.
Okay, doing a lot. I'm going to get us some nuts and berries so we can have breakfast. We should go, though, to see Exit Laser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And whatever the detriment to ourselves, I think we've proven, each of us, that we're more than willing to sacrifice from ourselves in order to achieve.
I was really more interested in what I was going to get than what I was going to give, to be honest.
Wow, a moment of clarity for our small adventurer.
Forgive me for assuming the nobler.
No.
Travas, it's okay. All you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to be very, very expressive with your face, because now it's just kind of hard to tell unless you're like really smiling or like really angry.
Is he happy? Is he sad? Is he a little of both?
I don't know. But there is good news. With Exisanther's help, we should be able to perhaps navigate the dark gifts and those that we choose perhaps a little bit more carefully.
Right.
Are we planning on staying? I feel like we got information and we should head back to Argynvostholt.
I say we go.
Well, now that we have the ability, after resting, perhaps Exitanther can show us a bit around.
It should not take long with safe passage brought by him, or rather, he said he would bring us around the temple himself.
I don't want to have to go through that room again if he's able to stop the fireballs.
You will be safe.
Oh, he's
there he is. Hello. We did not know you were here with us. Sorry.
Good noggins, if you could cast your magic.
Do I get the idea that doing another one of those spells will help him further? Because he seems more physical than up here.
Arcana check.
He said it.
He said it.
Yeah.
But.
Oh, he did? Oh, I didn't realize he said that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You do him.
I don't know if he said it. I'm gonna roll anyway. If he said it.
Okay.
Cool. I don't think so, but yeah, I can do that, and I will come back over and say, "Can I touch you again?"
He says, "Yes, you may."
It's important. I don't want to just touch people and then they get mad.
No, of course.
It's not okay.
Ask as well, especially a lich. You want to make sure.
Could you say that 20 crushed another diamond for the sake of brevity?
Yes, we have to crush another diamond. Yes.
For the sake of brevity,
Diamond crushed.
That 20 is really
Thank you.
If you have it, then yes.
Yes, I do. I have 3 more after this.
Okay.
And then so I will boop boop. I will cast Greater Restoration once more.
I stand pretty close by, just in case some residual magic fixes my face.
you turn your face
I'm
towards
just like really near him, like
nothing. Okay. As you cast it, you watch as his dried skin begins to regrow, closing in the spaces. And even though there's bone, it kind of pulls tight along the bone and tight along his face until he looks like a really drawn undead visage, kind of like Godfrey was, where he's not quite totally bone, but he's got like a thin, later emaciated, skeletal sort of creature. And the same thing happens where there's this like flash of red in his eyes, even a bit more so. And he you watch his strength kind of fills his fingers, and he grips the arms of his chair as he starts to rise with strength before you all. And he is tall, and he kind of like towers as he stands at his like 6.5 to almost 7 feet. And he looks down at all of you and he says, "Thank you. It has been some time." And he starts to kind of flex his fingers and kind of move his feet.
Well, our part of the bargain has been complete. Perhaps you could guide us through the temple now and tell us of its secrets?
Of course.
Can you tell us about the book now? Because you were really tired before, and you have the big fat book.
That is my spell book.
That's what you said the other day.
My personal spell book.
Yeah. Do you think that's something I should look into for myself?
I think you should keep your fingers to yourself.
I'm going to mage hand the side of his face. He can still feel.
I don't mean your book. I mean, should I start one of my own books with, I've been working on spells, and maybe I could get a big one like that. What do you think?
He's new here.
You get that at level 1 wizard. So you do have one.
Yeah, but it's a very, very tiny book. It's like a little pocket book.
It's like a date book.
Yeah.
Right.
Exatanta. And I walk out of the door.
Oh, I thought you were dressing.
Okay. All right.
So out of character really quickly, just because I fear it's going to be a year and a half, is there something that we all want out of here? Because I feel like just going into every single last place.
So this is what we're going to do.
It's going to take time.
Yeah. Tell me what you're after. We'll, for the sake of brevity, unless there is a narrative moment that needs to happen. But otherwise, you can tell me what you want to go and where you want to go that you haven't already looked, or we can role play you asking him where to go, and then we will just speed things through. I'll tell you what gifts exist, if there are any more, and so on.
Cool.
I'd like. I mean, probably if I say, "Hey, where's all the gold?" He's not going to give us that. Is that fair to assume?
Try.
I don't think I should.
Please don't.
I'll ask. Where's all the good? No, just kidding. Go.
Do you think he could? Do you think you could smooth things over between us and the wizard guy in the head?
He will not touch you as long as I am with you.
Right, but could you smooth it over in case we have to come back later on and you're not immediately nearby? So he's like, "Oh, I know you guys," and we can come and see you.
Like, could you make him a friend of ours even?
Yeah, we could. Like, honestly, no hard feelings. We want to smooth it over a little bit.
Yes.
We are,
Yeah.
we are not at that level. Perhaps if I can learn to trust you more, like I do Strahd or his people, then maybe perhaps. But as it stands, you are my guests.
I have a question.
You have a lot of questions.
Yes, why did the man eat the frog in front of the tower of secret god of
I
secrets?
do not know.
His father.
It's not him. Do you know this man Rahadin?
Yes.
Are you on good terms?
He comes here for knowledge.
if somebody wanted to kill him, would you oppose that? Just
I don't oppose any of that.
I think he said that he's a neutral party in this and he does not care either way. He just wants to keep to himself in the temple.
But it would be good to confirm that, though, before pissing them off.
But he said that earlier.
Right, but I like to confirm.
By all means.
I've already done it.
Where to?
So I guess at a game, one of the things was like the rest of the sarcophaguses. To get an explanation.
Okay. Ah, yes. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So, how many more?
No, it's his face.
How many more of the dark gifts are there? And as a clarifying point, can one take more than 3 gifts at once?
Greedy.
No, I'm just curious for your safety.
First off, I do not know which gifts you have seen or which vaults you have been to. So when you say how many are left, I do not know how many you have seen. I can tell you how many there are, and I can tell you what those gifts are and how to receive them. As for the number of gifts, yes, the dark gods are greedy. And up to 3 may be accepted at any time. I have not seen any more of them than that.
Is it 3 from one god, or I get 3 from different ones, or like he only gives it out 3 times?
I am saying that only a third of your soul can be claimed by a dark god at once.
Sorry.
A third of our soul? A third of our soul?
Actually, we'd like to clarify that point.
Yes. Please, just for the sake of our tiny brains.
If we 1/3 of the soul, so if we gave 3, this would be almost all of it.
No, if we give. Oh, wait, clarify. If I give 3
thirds.
She's not good at math, this group.
Does that mean there is a whole soul missing?
Falfer has 3/3 of a soul.
How many souls?
You take away 1/3 of the soul.
All right, can you explain this?
There is no bargain without a price.
Yes.
When that price is to be collected, is not until the end.
Not until the end of what?
I think it best you don't die. Everyone wants to live forever.
Are we really? We obviously are dealing with dark stuff. Did we really think, 1, this was going to be free? 2, we weren't going to potentially deal with the consequences of it?
If you realized that we were selling a third of our soul every time, I think maybe you could have spoken.
Well, that's what happens when you touch stuff and you don't think about it beforehand. And I start walking.
And if we're intending on not dying, Travas, I would be very afraid if I were you right now.
So you guys see Falfer kind of just scratch his head a little bit and retreat to one of the corners of the room and kind of shuffle down, kind of like in a crouch pose in the corner.
Yeah.
And like, wow, 3/3 is 1 whole.
Can I want to talk to Exithanther, but I do want to call it to Falfer. Sort of, could you lead us to the different locations and explain the gifts? Some of us do have space remaining and may potentially like to...
Space remaining?
Some of us still have soul thirds we'd like to spend.
Okay, but...
some budget left.
Before we go, though,
And then I'll call out as he begins to guide us. Come, Falfer,
I do have
as they say in my land, in for a penny, in for a pound. In for a copper, in for a gold.
I was never good at monetary exchange, but okay. I did have a question. We had walked past a very small sarcophagus, like a child-sized, correct? Like, didn't we?
Oh no, we had a child-sized casket.
Casket, yes, the casket.
Not of them, but
and we very much were like, nope, and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Do you know anything about?
Okay, Omega. It wasn't a It wasn't an amber one though. It was just.
Sorry,
It wasn't an amber one.
Maybe.
It wasn't amber. It was just a small little coffin that then we opened and like it was like either empty or like a corpse in it. But it was like no, it was just a random thing.
But nobody curious as to maybe if that was a thing.
I mean, no.
It seemed out of place.
When we opened it, it was empty to our eyes, but
Yes.
thought otherwise.
I just thought it was kind of strange and out of place, and I didn't know if you knew.
I say, ask the man. Or the
I am asking.
Oh, okay,
He's
sorry.
asking him. Why
I didn't.
are you?
Oh, no,
it's
I'm
not
just.
always about you, Phil.
I have been alive a long time. Thousands and thousands of years, and you take a long time to do a lot of things. Where
We've seen. We're trying to process a lot here. To be fair, guy.
Yes, she's right. You did. Never mind.
But perhaps we should not offend our host anymore with questions.
Yes.
To the sarcophagi.
The other rooms we haven't been to with sarcophagi. Explanations about them.
They're taking the doggies to sarcophagi.
Okay.
Puppets to Isengard.
All right, where to?
We're just gonna gloss over my question. Okay, fine.
She was wondering about the
small child thing.
Yeah.
Was there any import to the small child coffin?
It was just a sarcophagus, I believe. I think it was in. You've been to my treasure chamber, have you?
Oh,
So was that in the treasure room? We thought it was a baby casket room.
We were in there.
Okay.
Yeah. Surely you didn't take anything.
No.
We can't carry that much, to be quite honest. It would be kind of a waste of our efforts.
Yes, there's stuff gone.
There was a chariot. We didn't do that. Would it be a problem if we did take a little bit just to help us in the fight against Strahd for the freedom of the land you live in?
Or if we have to line anybody's pockets for
I
whatever
expect you
reason.
to return before you leave.
Right, absolutely.
For sure. We will do that, Mr. Lichman.
Perhaps the sarcophagi in that area.
Yes,
as
the
I
basement
say.
had some rooms we didn't explore yet.
We saw that room already. We had different room.
Right, I said that as whichever areas we haven't been to.
All right. Well, shall we?
Yes.
Right.
All right. Okay. So where do you want to go? I can. You haven't been to N. Which ones have you been to? The one with the
I've only been to the one with the disease one, and then the one with the
vampire spine.
with the lich and the vampire.
Are you all going back to all the ones that you've been to? For his sake, or which ones?
We can take a walk.
Okay, so there was one. Let's put it this way. There was one that you guys passed that Noggins did his omen thing and said don't go in there. So there's that one. That's the only one on that side that you didn't go to.
Let's go to there.
Right. Yeah, we'll go there.
Okay. Then there he tells you that there is another. You guys didn't go into the blue marble one, did you? Kitty cornered from.
No.
No.
The red marble one?
The red marble one was the one.
We
with
went to the red marble one.
The blue one, I don't think you ever went to.
Not the blue marble.
And then he also says that there was another one that has been blocked off by the rubble, but is accessible from, one second, is accessible from through the other balcony. Through the other up chamber, and you can go down and through the back way. Okay?
Right.
All right, so you go up to the one that you hadn't been to yet. That is the one in the northeast corner of the hallway, the first hallway that you were in. As you begin to approach, Ezmerelda, as you're walking up, you see, and again, it's dark in here, and you would need a torch. Not having dark vision. I think you're the only one in the party that can't see.
Yeah, I
I don't have it either. But I yeah.
Okay. I'll ride over with my torch and
Okay.
and then step back.
Into the torchlight, as you're walking up this large hallway that is 30 feet wide, you see the visage of a boy, a familiar boy, who stands in the middle, and just as the torchlight touches his face, he turns quickly and he starts to walk towards that door and through it as he passes through it. You know who this is.
No. What are you doing here? And I'll just run.
Okay.
Where's she going? We're all with her, right?
Yeah. She starts to run forward, and Exathanter kind of walks with you. And you walked through the Temple of Secrets, and he held his hand up. Nothing happened. You're walking through, and nothing is touching you. Nothing is impeding your progress.
And I'm going to try, because I saw him.
Yeah. So you get to the door.
I was going to try to use message to speak to him.
To the boy?
Yeah.
Okay. So as he basically goes through the door, like not into the door, it doesn't open. His body moves through it, almost like a spirit. And as you come to the door, it is a closed amber vault.
I'm going to look around to see if there's any seams, if there's anything, if this is a particular door, if he just walked through the wall.
Amber vault door. And as Exathanter steps up, he says, Harkotha, and it opens. As you all kind of look in, you see the room has amber glazed walls like everything else, and a black marble floor with red veins, and 3 amber sarcophagi standing in alcoves. And he looks in and he goes, Bergrath, it's all right. And immediately this large, hulking gray creature becomes visible in the middle of the room and carries a massive greatsword on his back. And the creature looks like almost like a big toad, bipedal, with like spikes growing out of its head down the side and on its, and it goes, kind of grumbles and kind of like lumbers past all of you as it kind of walks out of the room and like down the large hallway.
Yeah, I step out of its way.
Me too.
Yeah, and I'm still looking around the room for him.
It has like spittle, and it keeps going.
Oh my gosh.
He says, please, enter.
Can I ask a question before we continue? This Harkotha, is that the name of the god or the deity of this room?
This is just the vault and the name of this vault.
Okay.
This is a very familiar scene for us. Room like this.
All right.
Meanwhile, Ezmerelda has run in looking for that boy.
Yeah. Ezmerelda, you kind of rush past everyone into the room as soon as this creature has left. And the west sarcophagi, the one that is directly in front of you, you see the familiar visage of a boy just inside the amber. And he kind of turns and he walks away and disappears into the amber, deeper into the amber sarcophagi.
Just remember, Ezzy, if you touch it, you are trading something you may not be able to get back.
I don't even hear that. I start knocking on it.
Okay. You knock on it or you place your hand on it?
I knock on it.
So you go and as soon as it touches, you're transported out. And you find yourself in a familiar study. And the sound of scritching, writing, is the first thing you hear. And then you look over and you see Van Richten sitting at his desk. And he's got books piled. And you can see the covers of Van Richten's Guide to Vampires and Van Richten's Guide to Liches and Van Richten's Guide to Werewolves. And you can see he's writing his latest. And this is a familiar memory for you. And
I look down at my legs.
Sorry, you do what, sorry?
I look down at my legs.
Yeah.
How far back is this?
Before you lost
and I cautiously approach this scene that I'm in.
Okay. And you see that as you kind of allow yourself to step into the scene, you sit on a Chesterfield. And you hear a familiar laugh from beside you. And as you turn, you see a familiar boy sitting beside you. And he lets out a laugh as if he had just told a joke But his father is so kind of enraptured in what he's writing, it kind of bounced off. It didn't faze him, and it kind of looks over at you, and he says, "Father, he never listens. That was a good one, wasn't it?" And of course, it is Erasmus.
And I just, Ezmerelda, you see her face just very overwhelmed that seeing him, and she just takes both of his hands in hers. Why are you here?
Because I'm always here. I've always been here. And if you just accept this, I can be here from now on. And in that moment, you feel as if the spirit of Erasmus will be a part of you, that you will have access to him if you accept. You're pulled out and you stand in front of the amber sarcophagus as you take your fist off. And you can tell me out loud if you accept, or you can send me a text if you like.
You see Ezmerelda get very close to the sarcophagus, and she puts both hands and her forehead against the amber, and you see a tear down her face, and she shakes her head as she looks down and says, "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." And she nods in acceptance.
All right, I will send you the information. Okay, what do you all do? You see this happen as you see her nod from behind.
So yeah, so as I reach her, assuming that she's already completed this action, I look at her face like intently to see is what's going on in her mind, like if I can intuit what's happening.
Give me an insight check.
I'll turn to Exithanter and just say, Exithanter, what is it that Ezmerelda just agreed to?
The more we learn about COVID...
It's a 21.
It is the gift of Wraith the Soul Whisperer. It allows you to commune with the dead.
Incredible.
What did you
Ed, what?
21.
Sorry. Wait, that was an insight? Mm-hmm. What does he get with the 21, Ezmerelda, of the your current disposition?
With a 21, he would know, and he also hears what I'm guessing what has been said about the dark gift. Mm-hmm. He would know that this is somebody dear to me that I had lost. But I don't think that he could tell at this point who that would be.
Yep.
So I'll stand beside her, looking up at her, and be like, I don't know what happened. Time seems to change when we have these experiences. What was the offer, if you don't mind me asking?
Falfor. There are times in life where we lose people, and there is no choice but to let them go. But when someone has been wronged and someone's life had been cut so short, I just wanted to see him again, and I wanted him to know how sorry I was.
In your mind, you hear, "Oh, I know."
If I could take it back, I would.
I know you would.
Take what back?
Long ago, my parents had a hand in kidnapping the child of a man who later in my life became very dear to me. And this boy was taken and sold and turned. And while I know it wasn't my fault, I still feel that guilt. And I spent my whole life trying to learn everything I could from Van Richten in order to defeat Strahd, because while Noggins and all of you have the option of leaving this land, I cannot leave my guilt. Because while you have a chance to leave, I got to see directly how lives have been lost and have been changed because of him.
You are more trapped than the rest of us.
He was just a boy. He didn't deserve what he got.
It seems this land is made to cast its wages on those who deserve better. Ezzy, we can make a difference here. With your help, with all of us trying hard. I know I have failed many times. I mean, I've basically traded my souls for gifts already. I'm going to need all the help that I can get. So, just know this. As long as I am able to help you, I will.
Thank you.
We all have different reasons for wanting to leave and fix this or fight, but I think we all, even Brown, has a stake in this at this point. And one way or another, we will fight for your lost friend, or fight for a father lost, fight for honor and redemption, fight for the darkness, fight for the dream to end. But we'll do that together. And we'll do that as best as we can. However we can. That last statement, I looked directly at Sterling. I think we can promise that.
Javas walks over and just puts his hand on Ezmerelda's back of her shoulder. he doesn't know what to say or really how to soak it all in. But he knows that he wants to show his support in the way that he knows how. That's all he knows.
And Ezmerelda, without turning around or looking back or anything, will just put her hand over his.
Noggins looks at Exitanther and says, "What do you think is the most powerful ability that these Amber gods can give to help against Strahd? If you don't think something we already don't have is worth it, I think we've done what we need to do."
A hammer is a useless tool in the hands of one that does not know how to wield it. That's the word. It is not for me to say what is useful to an individual. It is to each of you to choose.
What gifts are in this room?
There is one that will bestow the benefits of true sight. That is from Yorga, the Eye of Shadows, and he points to the one on the right. The one across, as I mentioned, is Wraith, the Soul Whisperer, allows you to connect to a soul who has departed. And the one on the left is of Yogg the Invincible. It will give you physical resilience.
Out of curiosity, can you replace one that you have with another, or?
It would have been nice if it was written on the
things,
like menu or something.
Something that you could switch.
What were the three creatures with the one eye?
Nothics, sorry.
Yeah, the Nothics.
Yes.
What is their job here? If it is security, I might advise replacing them. I know everybody needs a livelihood, but...
Time does draw short, though. Perhaps you could just tell us the other gifts?
That's right. Gifts first.
And then we can make our decision and leave.
Right, but if it's security, replace.
Yes, Nothics are not mine. They are wizards who have been corrupted by evil knowledge and reduced to that state.
Okay.
Cautionary tale for all of us.
Like good information after all.
I will tell you the rest of the gifts in this hall. And he kind of points in the direction of the one at the very top of the hallway. This is, and that's the breached vault, the one with the door that was with the Nothics in it. He said that includes the gift of Delbin, the Star of Ice and Hate, which bestows the ability to harness cold.
That one's not bad, actually.
Valdorn, the Dreamwalker, allows you to walk in others' dreams. And Qrad, the Star of Secrets, which allows you the power of divination.
None of these have interest to me. What else is there? Unless, of course.
I don't think
I'm curious to hear them all.
I already have one of those.
I have no soul left.
He points to the one to the south and he says, within the Vault of Thangob is Norganis, the Finger of Oblivion, which allows one to cast powerful death magic to turn life into undeath.
I know of that one already.
Another one is Vaughn the Evasive, allows you to move without being seen and quietly. And then finally, Seriac, the Hellhound Whisperer, allows you to control hounds of hell. That is this hallway.
And for the other?
In the other, we have...
feel like this is the moment where you're in a mall at the directory. And you're kind of
yeah.
You are here.
You are here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We have the Vault of Shalks, which within Fakre, the Queen of Pox, allows you the power of spreading disease.
Perhaps we skip that vault. We've been there once. Terrible thing.
Are we done?
The other vaults, perhaps? I'm very sorry, Excellenza.
Zrin Hala, the Howling Storm, allows you to harness the power of lightning.
I think perhaps I tried that one, and that's when I found out about the.
And that one also costs you a droopy face and 1/3 of your soul.
And finally, Psykane, the Soul Hungerer, allows the beneficiary to raise the recently deceased.
Noggin just blinks with his jaundiced yellow eyes.
Then we have the Vault of Mavernus. Within, the gift of Savinok the Inscrutable allows you the power to shield your mind. Tarchimedes, the Grave Worm, which allows the power of flight.
What?
And finally, Shami Amore, the Lady of Delights, which gives you the power of persuasion.
Oh, darn it.
And then finally, the vault is closed off. And that is one second. Just figuring it out. Yes. Within that vault is Drizlash, the nine-eyed spider. Allows you the ability to climb walls and ceilings. Dalvernar, he of the many teeth, which allows you the power of many lives.
Like many lives to resurrect yourself once you die?
More of a reincarnation.
On the spot?
Yes.
Reincarnated into another body?
Reincarnation isn't an exact science.
Noggins raises his hand. My mom can do that stuff. It's kind of weird. I can do it too, technically, but I don't want to. Okay.
Oh, that's it.
And finally, the gift of Xantress, the Kingmaker, which allows the power that comes from great presence and force of personality. Those are the remaining gifts, other than, of course, the main vault, which I know you have been in, which allow what you already know allows.
So, I think outside of game, probably the mind protection, the flying, and the...
Yeah, at this point,
incarnation one.
You guys can tell me which ones you want.
Okay.
You can send me messages. We can deal with that off board, unless they're going to play into this. And then we can go from there. Unless you want to just tell me openly, and you guys can let me know what you want.
I'm fine telling openly if everyone else wants.
Can I just ask?
Yes. I feel a little weird about it, but go ahead.
The invincibility sarcophagus.
That is. Oh, geez, which one was that?
I think the first with the room.
All the way at the beginning of the tour.
Scroll up.
Scroll up, yeah.
Invincibility. That's the one you want.
Can I ask what? Like, would he be able to tell what?
No.
Okay.
I love it.
Oh, it's a gamble.
You don't get to know that either.
1/3 of your soul, though. We do know that it will cost that part.
That's true.
And honestly, the rest might not really matter compared to 1/3 of your soul.
I'll touch it. Invincibility.
Okay. All right. For the sake of brevity, because we have a short time left, do you accept? It gives you the ability. You get the feeling that if you accept this gift, that you will have a greater physical resilience.
Yeah, after the dream about being Especially if it's at night of Argavast, I feel like. Except.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You're okay. So as you take your hand off and you accept, all of a sudden you feel this resilience kind of invade your body. Your hit point maximum goes up by 30.
What? Wait, what?
But in the moment, you feel something really strange, and you look at your hands, and fur begins to grow. Oily black fur begins to grow out of the backs of your hands and all the way up your forearms. You also feel it start to grow under your armor, on your shoulders, and up the back of your neck.
Oh, when you get to a certain age, your hair starts to grow in places.
And almost to the point where basically you have like fur in certain spots. You feel it on your chest, you feel it on your shoulders, hands up to your forearms, feet up to your knees, and then basically up so that you have almost like a Wolverine sort of kind of look.
Perhaps. Noggins is hard eyes right now.
Don't worry, you can shave it.
That's interesting.
But perhaps worth it for the price of invincibility.
I do feel much stronger.
Are you going to comb that handsome like your hair?
Actually, I think I do have a comb.
You're checking for a comb? That's amazing.
For quickness, Noggins is going to go over to the one that's in the room that gives true sight.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Again, for the sake of brevity.
Yes.
You know, your vision basically allows you to see things into different worlds and different planes, see through invisibility, things that are invisible, things that don't necessarily are obscured or obfuscated by magic. Do you accept?
If he can't dream himself, he'll make the world around him a dream that he can see all forms of it. Yes.
All right.
Wow.
Okay, you gain the benefits of true sight to a range of 60 feet.
And I will say that Ezmerelda is too distraught
That's fantastic.
to care about other dark gifts.
At this point, your eyes, as they used to be yellow, start to kind of fall away. The yellow kind of starts to fall away, and they become starry voids.
Oh, like you.
Dope.
Like you.
Almost like looking into a night sky.
Now Noggins
You look like a nice guy.
I am the dream incarnate. Okay.
I have black orbs, and everyone hates me. He gets black orbs.
And it's beautiful. And it's beautiful.
And everyone's like, ooh, sparkly. I love it.
Sorry, what were you saying, Jay?
And then I have to send you something else that I'm going to send now.
Okay.
I'll send you the write-up of that one. Yours was easier because it's just a 30 hit point maximum, but I'll send you this one. Omega. Okay. Anyone else?
I will, but Brandon, are you wanting anything? The amalgam?
Nope.
You want to be
Nope.
a fuzzy robot?
Oh, that would have been funny.
Great.
Yeah, I will claim the gifts of flight.
Okay.
And
take those.
Right.
That's also a good one.
Fighter
Considering
Roan is a fighter.
Well, yeah.
Okay, that is the gift of Tarchimedes the Grave Worm. And you watch as in your vision you see you have when you step into this chamber, which again is in the other hall with the blue marble floor, as you touch it, you're transported. And to make a long story kind of short, you see her, and you feel a kinship to this gift. This gift speaks to you because of the winged nature of what this is. And of course, in that moment, you get the sense that if you accept this, you have the ability to the flight.
I reach out and I accept.
Okay. All of a sudden, you watch as Roan's back begins to convulse and kind of like pop, and it's painful as you watch these skeletal wings begin to protrude and grow from his back.
I step back a significant amount of space.
And kind of rip through his coat as they grow into these magnificent skeletal wings.
I grimace with half my face.
You you gain in that moment a flying speed of 50.
Ooh, that's good.
Ooh.
Well then.
Are you all right?
There's a price to be paid for everything. On to the next. And
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're not done. Go ahead. Didn't want to cut you off, sorry.
And then as I do that, I'm going to walk over to the one that gives mental protection.
Okay.
And I'm going to put my hand on it.
Okay. I am.
Should have done that one first.
It's like the Magneto helmet.
I am giving you something real quick that you need to keep in mind for that one.
All of us are trading all of our souls.
Yeah.
I just want to say, as Roan, because we know which ones are which, as Roan goes to the mental protection one, Noggin just tilts his head and watches.
Yeah.
Roan's going to glance over at Noggins, as he's covered, as he has these large skeletal wings, I imagine covered in blood, just having burst free, and then give sort of like a... and then put his hand on it.
Okay. All right. And sorry, I just sent you the limitations and a bit more information on that one that I just gave you. Okay. And then, so for this one, again, for the sake of brevity, you have the ability, you imagine, from Savanok the Inscrutable, to the ability to shield your mind.
Okay.
Do you accept?
I accept.
Okay. I will send you that information.
This is just how our party goes. Right? We took all these things. Then we find out it cost us our souls. We were devastated. And then we're like, yeah, but some of us got soul left to spend. You know?
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Ezmerelda will actually ask Erasmus if any of these will help me in my mission.
And Roan was always ready to spend when he came.
That's true.
He says, you hear a voice that says, I am sad that you need to commit and sacrifice so that we could be together again. But I wouldn't want you to give away any more of your soul. It is beautiful.
I don't know if whatever afterlife for my soul, I don't know if I'm even concerned about that anymore. What concerns me is now. What concerns me is you. What concerns me is Strahd.
We have enough darkness in this world. It is not worth giving into more.
And Ezmerelda will slowly walk out of the room, waiting for everybody else.
Okay. Anything else for anyone?
Nope. Fully disposed of soul.
Adam?
No.
I insist.
I'll just keep that last third for me.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right. As you all do this, I'd say it takes about an hour to go to do your things, and so an hour has passed or so. All right. Oh, sorry. My bad. So as Roan takes his hands off this sarcophagus, all of a sudden you watch his eyes, and being black as they are, you watch as his eyeballs begin to kind of shrivel and melt away.
Painful again.
And
no, gross.
And basically, they kind of melt out of his eyes until only empty sockets are left behind. And now the darkness basically like pools and then drips down your face.
Like
this
dark
dark
tears?
energy. Yeah, like dark tears. Yes. But you can still see, even though now you no longer have eyeballs in the sockets. Okay.
Yeah. Wow. That's a reaction. Wow. You're very different now. But I attempt to reach over and kind of put my hand on his shoulder, and then I realize, sorry, right, the new things. You know, we all go through changes.
Alpha,
I do.
Please.
No, seriously, let me just get this one out. We all go through changes, and sometimes our lives are not prepared for the changes that come. And so, my advice to you is to simply let it grow into you.
I hand my mirror to Roan.
Yeah.
Just.
Alright. And I'm gonna touch my face and then feel sort of like the liquid darkness, like sort of put on my fingers, and a small price. I sound very weakened.
Yeah.
A small price. And then I'm gonna sort of hand back.
Small price, yeah. Just your eyeballs.
Well, that is all. Is there anything else?
I think the biggest thing we can do is, look at Dimitri. Although there is like a hard eyes that appears for a second. I look at Dimitri. I think we need to go back and you have to, raise the dragon person.
I think he's right.
Definitely time to go.
We should go now.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Dimitri, if you could assist me.
I'll come over and
stumbling
and try to help you along.
Blood just dripping from my backbones and just.
Are you all right?
I suspect it's worth it.
It's a long way back to Strahd.
I will heal quickly. And then I'll just sort of lean on him slightly as we make our way out.
All right. Exithanter walks you to the main door area, and he says,
I trust you will return the items you took from me. And if not, I will come to collect. You have a good day. Take care.
And he turns and he starts walking into the temple.
In the middle foyer, I'm immediately gonna take out all the silver that I took and put it back.
Same here. I'll just kind of.
We can't put it back. If we walk around without the guy, we're gonna get fireballed. That's what he said. So we could just dump it here, though.
I'm just gonna dump it all right in the foyer. He's now back to good health. He can guard his own stuff. I'm just gonna leave it at the front foyer.
Agreed.
In a pile.
I'm gonna do the same thing. Just leave the stuff there on the pile.
Put it back as well.
Is that any
I like
as well?
I mourn one of the dresses and then I put it down and then dump all the electrum out.
Unfortunately, I already walked out of the room, so this does not. Ezmerelda keeps her loot.
Oh wow!
The tome of understanding.
We're all gonna die.
Ezmerelda's ready.
Well, the tome might not be his. The tome might just been in it. Yeah.
That's a good point, Noggins. Maybe all of this electrum isn't his.
Someone else's.
No, you guys don't have to say who keeps stuff and who. Well, obviously, visibly, people dump it. That's fine.
Yeah, I put up silver.
Okay.
It was just silver, so.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do you all leave?
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Finally.
Okay, you all walk out.
We actually never went through this entrance.
Sterling.
Shut up.
Sterling.
We have to get out.
Yeah. As you all leave the temple, the cold exterior and the wind hits you, light snow falling. You take a deep breath of cold air as it kind of freezes on the inside. You feel that kind of sensation of cold. And you look out, and you can see Argynvostholt just in the distance. Way in the distance, but barely. And you start your long trek back.
Time of day?
You're going to make me figure that out.
Is it sunny?
I would say yes. You imagine it's probably midday, even though it's difficult to tell.
I think I can walk on my own now, Dimitri. Thank you.
Anytime, let me know.
Will pulling my little hood tight as I can around my head be enough for me, or do I need to shield myself with this sunshine a little more than that?
It's overcast. You're not in direct sunlight because it's always
overcast.
But even still, even this is a little like right for you.
How's this guy doing? How's he doing? Is he got Has he got a cloak I can peel off his?
You have a cloak, don't you?
We all came here with warm clothes.
Yeah, I took it all off.
Okay.
It was getting warm.
Well, actually, noticing you sort of, I'll give you my cloak.
Yeah, I don't need to be warm. I'll actually pull it up over me just to like shield my face from the light.
Yeah, just try to dress more warmly and remember where we are.
Yeah.
And I'm sort of noticing I don't really have too much effect from the coldness.
Right. Me neither.
I'll as I see.
I have a ring of warmth.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I was about to say, okay. Which is really weird because the rest of you are freezing.
I have.
I was actually gonna say, you notice that I'm like holding on to the staff, and I'm like, oh, I have resistance to cold.
Yeah.
with the staff, so it's not as bad to me. Also, to be fair, I was kind of dating a literal winter Eladrin, so it's fine. I've dealt with worse things.
I'm gonna walk up to Sterling and say, Sterling, quite the journey in that place, wasn't it? Shivering.
Okay. And you still have your warm clothing, your warm weather clothing, which allow you not to take exhaustion and all of the bad things that come with it, but it is cold. Cool. And you guys have been through it.
As we walk, am I able to sort of rally my strength together and cover the skeletal wings in shadows? Sort of hide there?
Sure. I mean, within the first hour, you all watch as they go back into his being.
Ooh. Sterling, perhaps you could carry me some?
Sure, of course.
Just don't stick to his metal.
Pick him up and put him in the Bjorn.
Nice.
Bjorn.
Okay.
Thank you. I feel different now, Sterling.
Welcome.
All right. Okay. You travel back. Takes a number of hours for you to do that. You walk. We'll just say you're able to traverse the gate.
Over the bridge, through the gate, around the corner.
Through the other gate. Oh, I forgot about something. But that's okay.
Oh.
We'll
go back with the thing
I forgot my keys.
I left the stove on.
You get back through, and you start to approach Argynvostholt. And you notice, as you start to approach, that the general repairs that you had paid for are complete.
Yeah, splendid.
General repairs to the wall and structures. The repair of the third floor roof is done. The masons worked on repairing the walls. The smiths produced nails, brackets, metal braces for joining the beams, etc. The carpenters worked on wooden beams, bracing framework. The woodworkers did the doors, window sills, window frames, and the potters did most of the roofing tiles and the gutters.
I want to say Potter. Shout out to Dorian.
Yeah.
Just one.
Yeah. There were 10 days of successful crafting for the general repairs. Each of the masons, carpenters, and smiths.
Wow.
And for the roof, there were 10 days of successes required for each of the masons, woodworkers, and potters. 90 total resources were required to complete the project.
How much?
90.
90.
And that was across. So for those of you at home, our Discord actually took the crafting time from their days to help to restore Argynvostholt to its former, towards its former glory.
Yes.
I'll do a quick shout out of who the players who contributed resources were Eris, Atomics, Diza, Druhai, Aeolus, Fabrizio, Garrus, Iritin, Kellum, Ophelia, Serial, Sylphir, Tael, and Tarmin. And the following players contributed artisan skills: masons, smiths, woodcarvers, carpenters, and Dorian was the potter, the only potter. And that was Atomics, Bregor, Dorian, Dunleith, Olas, Garrus, Kellum, and North.
So effectively, one person did all of our roof. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
He's quite the roofer.
he just finished the last of the tiles last week, I believe. So yeah, you come home to a very different home than you left. The beacon is still lit currently, and you approach Argynvostholt, you obviously with renewed vigor and purpose.
And the reconstruction of Argynvostholt only mirrors the new resolve into Dimitri's soul.
Love it.
A third of it that's left.
The third of it that's remaining, yeah.
I also want to shout out Sario and Katerina, because Ezmerelda also has a gift, and it's a big old tub for you in Argynvost.
What?
Every lady needs a tub.
Yeah, I get to have my spa day. None of you get to use this tub. It's only mine.
All of us, just one.
Great.
Thank you, guys.
That's amazing. Amazing.
I love it.
So, Ron, where are you staying?
Yeah, everyone else has selected rooms, right?
Yes.
I guess you'll have to say. I guess I'll have to say all alone somewhere. There's room in the stable.
Wow. There's a lot more new rooms.
There's room in the stable. Sounds appropriate given the time of year.
All that conversation, I'm just going to let it happen, and I'm actually just going to make my way straight towards the cemetery.
Okay.
That's weird.
And I'll just
Following.
Yeah, I will also follow.
I'll follow.
And as we walk, I'm just going to look at my grove to make sure it's not burned down.
No, it's
and then
there.
we're good.
It's
And we keep
flourished.
going.
It's great.
Yeah, just keep us away and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Once I reach the cemetery, I'll stand in front of the crypt and just like take it in, look at it, and
Before he steps forward, I walk up to him and put my hand on his thigh, because that's all I can reach up to.
Furry thigh.
And say, are you sure about this, Dimitri?
Voucher. This is exactly why I accepted that gift. It's why we had the Ember Temple in the first place.
But it's a dragon.
It's Argynvost. And I'll start walking into the crypt.
Okay. As you step up, you push open that heavy, heavy stone door. And as you do, the skull of Argynvost sits just where you left it.
I'll step in front of it. And I'll close my eyes and put both hands on the skull.
Hey, Jay, really quickly, not to take away from the moment. No, I promise. No, it's not about me. Can Godfrey be seeing this and come down? There's no way in heck he wouldn't want to see this.
Sure. As you all start to approach, I'd say Godfrey absolutely comes down to greet you all, and I'm assuming you share what you're about to do with him.
I'll yell to him as he comes. Hearken to me, Godfrey. Our master returns.
Okay.
And then I'll use the gift.
All right. As you place your hands on the skull, what do you say as part of the ritual to raise Argynvost?
long has it been in this land without you? I return you to your bodily form. Argenvost.
A moment of nothing. And then you feel a bit of a jolt as you all watch blue energy begin to course and coalesce around Dimitri's hands. And almost like magnetically, you're kind of stuck to the skull.
I step back. I also step back.
Okay. And you all watch of blue energy that kind of like it's almost like a pulse.
Like ripples out.
And almost like somebody with defibrillators kind of hit the skull. As you feel the ground kind of pulse like this. And I would like you to give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Come on. What?
24.
Okay.
That's a mean roll right there.
With the 24, power begins to course through your being, and you watch as Dimitri starts to shake. His cloak kind of gets blown back as the power begins to extrude, and you watch it kind of shoot out some of the cracks in this old mausoleum. And Dimitri, under your fingers, you begin to watch silver scales begin to coalesce and start to ripple as they start to cover the head as it goes from front to back. And you watch as these little blue orbs begin to kind of ignite inside the eyes and kind of explode outwards. And you all watch as the beam and the what did we call it? The beacon of Argenvost begins to kind of like shudder and like flicker in and out. And all of a sudden, that beam goes, and it goes out, and then shoots out the top of the mausoleum. As the top of the mausoleum basically explodes, all of you having to kind of like shield your head from the falling debris. Dimitri currently in it, and almost like it begins to bust out of the ground as these like shafts of blue light begin to kind of coalesce and explode outward. And you watch as scales begin to fill and kind of almost go underground, and you all feel the ground start to rumble as a massive claw from a legendary ancient dragon begins to come out and claw the ground beside the mausoleum on one side of the mausoleum, and then on the other side of the mausoleum bursts forth and grabs and then kind of digs into the ground. As you watch this massive, I'm getting chills, you can watch this massive dragon begin to drag and pull itself out of the ground. You feel the skull begin to kind of like lift like this as you kind of hold onto the skull, its head still down like this. And you all watch as these lids kind of grow and sinew begins to build, and the scales begin to kind of cover the eyes. And you watch as the eyes still closed now, light, almost like blue light, is just seeping through the lids on the bottom. And you all watch as this massive ancient silver dragon begins to build outside, basically destroying the mausoleum as it stands. Godfrey, completely awestruck. You've never seen him kind of in this sort of state of awe as he kind of steps back. Then something happens you didn't expect. You all watch in the distance, and Dimitri has his eyes completely closed, and he is completely in a trance, almost like the world around him doesn't exist. But you watch as over the hills and from around Argenvost, mist begins to creep in. And you watch as it starts to kind of come towards your feet, and almost like a circular area is beginning to close in around the mausoleum. And as it kind of seeps in quickly through, and you watch almost as hands, clawed, dark hands, mist-shaped, start to kind of come out of the mist and start to claw their way all around towards the mausoleum. And you watch as the mist begins to climb up onto the dragon and begins to tear into the flesh of the dragon, pulling down and pulling like shards and slabs of flesh off the dragon as the dragon is beginning to try to come basically into itself, but is now somewhat halted by this. I'd like you to give me another wisdom saving throw, please.
Holy shit. 23.
Okay. With a 23, Dimitri manages to hold on, and the dragon, it continues to fight against this. As the mist begins to almost envelop entirely this dragon, pulling and gnashing and clawing, and even now, Dimitri, you feel as these claws, basically, you feel this cold kind of energy, and you open your eyes for a moment, and you see that there are claws trying to pry your hands off the skull of Argynvost. And at this point, now you are all covered in fog. You are completely. You can't see anything, and it is dense. You can't see that. All you can see is the dim light that you knew existed. There is such a dark fog. I would like you all to make wisdom saving throws, please.
True sight, what can I see?
Yeah, so this isn't magical. This is actual fog. It's not
okay.
It's not magically created, and I don't think you can see through physical things, right?
No. Okay, I can see into the ethereal though, so I'm just making sure this wasn't anything like that.
Wisdom saving throws.
17.
You can add +3.
Yeah, I'd say you're all within 30 feet of him, so you all get +3.
It was
10, dirty 20.
Okay, so anybody.
Is this a magical effect?
What's that?
Is this a magical effect?
No, it's a physical effect.
Okay.
16. 18 for me.
Okay.
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Anybody over a 15 passes. Anybody under a 15, you take 16 points of necrotic damage. As you almost feel like you are being clawed at by this fog, and you watch around you as like claws out of the fog and the mist begin to claw at your bodies. The rest of you who succeeded only take 8 points of damage. Dimitri, you have managed to hold on to and all you can see right now, there's fog and mist all around you, and all you can see is the snout of this dragon with blue kind of seeping through the eyes. Give me one last wisdom saving throw, please.
Come on, Dimitri.
It's another 24.
No, man.
Okay. You have your hands on it, and you watch as the blue starts to sputter. And you can feel the dragon fighting against whatever is happening until all of a sudden you are kind of blown off it, and you all feel that there is an explosion of energy that throws you all prone and clears basically the mist out, as mist kind of like, you just see mist tendrils as you all lay kind of down prone on the ground. You all kind of lift, and you watch as Dimitri also lies. And they're still through the mist. You watch as you get up, Dimitri, I'm assuming, and you kind of look around. And as you turn to the party, all of you notice that Dimitri's face looks sunken. His skin drawn tight against his skull. His eyes a milky white color as he looks like the appearance of an undead creature. Like the life of him has been sucked away, and the fur that used to cover him is now a white fur. Hands up to here, up to his knees, and along kind of the long chops that he has. And he turns towards you all, and you can feel it, Dimitri, like you've spent the energy to do what you had to do, and that came to great cost to you. Behind him, you all watch as this being begins to rise. You watch as basically haunches begin to ascend above him. And a face of a dragon kind of comes above him. But it is not a normal dragon. You watch as you can see patches of dragon bone and the skull of Argynvost still protruding through the scales. It opens his eyes, and you watch as red pinpricks exist inside the sockets of Argynvost. Dimitri, in that moment, you feel the light of a loon leave. Having now made a pact with the dragon, after having done what you did on your level up, unfortunately now, you have broken your oath to Elune by allying yourself with a Dracolich. And that is where we're going to end the season.
What? Oh.
You're an oathbreaker.
My gosh.
Holy crap!
You just made me drool. Like I just was like, what?
All right.
Speechless.
Thank you all for watching. That was the season finale of Into the Mist Season 4. We will be jumping into Season 5 in the next 3 months. We have Tides of Wildmount. We're very excited about it early January. So you'll have to tune in, hold on to your hats, as it were, and we will see you guys back in Barovia probably in 3 months' time. Thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw tonight, hit that bell icon and we'll let you know when we're live. Lots of Champions of the Realm stuff coming this week. Thank you to the party for being so awesome and allowing me to mess with your characters as much as I do.
My heart's pounding.
And you guys all have a wonderful night. We'll see you very soon.
Wings!
Oh my god.
Like you literally have to